Hallo? Hallo? Warum ist es sehr leise? Einser? Eins, eins. Aber Amanda hat mich offensichtlich gehört. Okay. Oh, now it's loud. Whew. Good morning, everyone. Wow. This sounds very enthusiastic. I like that. Welcome to the Accessibility Club Summit 2026. My name is Yoshi. I'm kind of the initiator of this and organizer with a lot of lovely people around me. So glad to have you here. I think this is the biggest crowd we've ever had at an Accessibility Club Summit. It's hard to count you, but I will, or maybe you can count Tobias. This is my co-organizer, Tobias. I'm gonna show it to you soonish. First of all, thanks that you're here. Really happy to have you. It's the second time in Würzburg. Who has been here last year? Or maybe the other way around. Who has not been here last year? Wow, this is, I think, more than half of you. Fantastic. I want to give you a couple of please, like your attention for a couple of seconds to give you some background why you're here, why we're all here. We actually here because I started a very, very tiny meetup back in 2014. It's a photo of the very first Accessibility Club meetup in Nuremberg, in my hometown, and actually the only reason why we gathered there was because of some things, but mainly because I got my first screen reader license, and the person who sold me the license told me, well, it's fine that you've got a screen reader now, but actually you don't have any clue how to use it. So you should learn that. And I thought, oh, that's a brilliant idea. And also all the other developers in Nuremberg should learn that. What about getting them together at the co-working in Nuremberg and lock them into one room with a guy with his screen reader? And that's what you can see on this photo, and how this is how the Accessibility Club actually started 12 years ago. And over the years, we did this in other cities. For example, in Berlin, this was like the first ever meetup that didn't happen in Nuremberg, but in Berlin. And I see a couple of familiar faces who are also here today on this photo. Yeah. So welcome. You've seen all the story. Oh, and there is one guy, honorable mention to Carl Groves, who is sitting there in the back. And actually, this is the first ever Accessibility Club meetup that Carl misses for reasons. And he's really sad about that. In 2018, we dared to make it a conference. Up until then, I always thought, well, we will never get more than 20 or maybe 25 people in one room. But it turned out we got 200. So this was really awesome. And this was the first bigger event we did, which was also really exhausting to organize. You can imagine. We've got a professional conference organizer over there, and he knows what we are talking about. And in the year after that, I thought, oh, I don't really want to make a conference again. It's so exhausting. But I had another idea, because there were more and more meetups dealing with accessibility all over Germany, all over Europe, actually. And you see a couple of Accessibility Club logos all over Europe, because we had some kind of branches. We had one branch in Turku in Finland, and we had one branch, or I don't know if we have it still, one in Belarus. Where is? Yes, we have it. Okay, I was searching for you. So, and actually also, I think Marion and Bram were thinking about creating one in the Netherlands, but then obviously something happened a year later which kind of destroyed all the plans. However, there were so many meetups, and I thought it would be nice to get them together and let them run an event together, and that's how the Accessibility Club Summit came into life. So we had the first summit in Berlin in 2019, which was the idea of getting all these meetups together and run one joint event. And we had that with, like, I don't remember, but 160 people or something at the Microsoft office, which was also really great. There were probably a couple of you have been there as well. And we wanted to do this again in Amsterdam the year after, but you know all what happened in 2020. So we didn't have any event until 2024 in Amsterdam, and last year in Würzburg. And it's, by the way, do you see, I'm wearing the exact same clothes as last year. Isn't this meta? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, so happy to have you again. Again, like there's Tobias, he's also my co-organizer. He's a professor here at the university, and basically it's his, it's because of him that we are at this university. And thanks to Tobias, by the way, for letting us be here. This year, we're like, we have at least 8 countries where people come from. As you see, it's mainly Germany this time. There has been a way bigger Dutch delegation last year. I don't know what happened to them, but there's like lots of people from the Netherlands as well, and other countries. By the way, there is one person from Australia, which is Eleanor, sitting in the first row and giving a presentation later. This is like really, really committed. So lovely. Speaking of the presentations, we are going to have a BarCamp day today, which means that we are having a session planning after this short introduction. But some of the presentations are already predefined, and we've got like 7 presenters giving us 6 presentations today in this room. So this is kind of the main room. It's the biggest one, and these presentations are already fixed. So they are going to happen here. They are going to be live recorded. They are going to be streamed on YouTube. We have people in the Zoom chat, by the way. They're also listening, and maybe they have question and answers for the presentations later on. So welcome to all these lovely presentators, which, by the way, did an anonymous call for a proposal. So they kind of won this, and it was anonymous, so we didn't actually know who sent a proposal and who won this. And most of them, there's at least one person who never did a presentation like this. Obviously, there are others who did a lot of presentations, but I think it's a very nice mix of topics you will see. And we will also have a lot of other BarCamp sessions. I'm going to explain that after this introduction. Tomorrow, I don't know who of you has booked a workshop. We are going to have a lot of workshops tomorrow. I think we never had so many workshops. There are 6 of them. 2 of them are the full day. 4 of them are half a day. We've got 9 presenters, and they're doing really great stuff. It's still possible, if you're around in Würzburg tomorrow and don't have yet booked a workshop, you still can. So the workshops are run by the hosts you see on the slide here, and they are I think they would be happy to have more of you in the workshops tomorrow. But nevertheless, we have like 70 or 80 registrations for the workshops as well. As I said, we are at the Technical University in Würzburg, at least one of the buildings here, which is a very nice one. I hope you enjoy the view around the landscape, which is really beautiful, I think. We've got nice weather. Oh, there is one thing we always miss, but this time I really would like to do this. That's why I'm talking about this now. I would like to have a group photo if you want, and if you want to be on a photo. I will talk about that shortly. So if you're up for that, please join us for having a group photo in the yard at lunchtime. So there is a huge staircase over there, and maybe sit on the stairs and let's have a photo of you, everyone. That would be great. We have got one big sponsor this time. Where is Stefan and Michael? Okay, they're sitting in the last row. That's Stefan and Stefan and Michael from Mindscreen with their product card, and they are sponsoring the live captions you see on this screen. And speaking on live captions, please don't think that this is a machine. This is Amanda, actually. Amanda, how are you at the moment? Okay. Amanda, can you tell us what time is it at your place? Okay, so thanks a lot for getting up for us and staying awake so the whole day and giving us this nice live captions. It's really fantastic. By the way, if you would like to make use of the live captions, maybe move to the front rows for the next presentations, because it's better to see from there. This all wouldn't be... Oh, by the way, yeah, thanks, Mark. You can also see the live captions on your mobile phone if you want. It's online. You can just use the URL captions.ally.club, so you can follow the live captions on your mobile phone if you want. Thanks for the hint. The guy who gave this hint is Mark, and without Mark, all this wouldn't work, because these cables and blinking things are all his, basically. And I wouldn't be able to make this without his support, so thank you, Mark, for staying with us. He's like the organizer of the Beyond Tellerrand conference, so you might know him already, and I'm really happy to have him here. There is a very big guy sitting up there. His name is... Tall, okay, sorry. I'm big, I know, yeah. Sorry. He's a very tall guy, and Stefan is going to do some interviews and shooting some footage, which we will try to make like a short after movie after that. And we would be happy if you came to Stefan maybe in the lunch break, or when is the booth being built? When are you going to start with the interviews? Lunch break. Okay, so Stefan will have a small booth here, right out of the door in the hallway, and he's going to ask you some questions which you can answer in front of a video camera. And it would be really nice if you could give us some comments about why you're here and what's your motivation and stuff like that. Would be fantastic. Thank you, Stefan, for supporting us with that and taking the way. Yeah, well. These are the supporters and sponsors I already shown to you. It's also my team, my company. There is Nora, for example, and where is Jakob? We've got like a couple of our team here doing all the hard stuff. So thank you for helping us with that. We have Oliver. He's sitting over there, and he did this 101 session. Thanks for that. I hope you enjoyed that one. We've got a code of conduct, which is only given here in brief, but you should familiarize yourself with that. It's on the website. It's ally.club code of conduct with dashes. And we've got two people in the room, which is Nora, my colleague, and Oliver. And they're like our code of conduct team. So if there is anything you would like to talk about, please get in touch with them, and they will try to sort it out. And yeah, thank you for taking on this role. Then you will already have noticed that we've got two different, you all should have one of these badges and lanyards, right? So we've got two lanyards. The one is a blue one and the other one is an orange one. And the orange one shows that you don't want to be on photos and videos and stuff. And this is kind of an invitation to everyone here. If you're taking photos, please take care of that no one with an orange lanyard is in the photo, or at least like only far away and from the back or whatever. But please don't just pull out your mobile phone and take a photo in their face or something. Also, we have these color communication badges in front of the conference badge, which kind of show others if you're chatty or if you would like to be on your own. So please, like there is an instruction on the back, please read that. If you can see it, please ask one of the others or me or my team, so you can kind of show others if you would like to be approached or not. If you would like to share your experience, please do so. We've got some recommendations for hashtags. We're actually kind of moved away from all the big social media because of reasons, but we're on Mastodon. If you want, you could use the hashtag #AllyClub or something like that if you want. We're now going to have our session planning, which is kind of the first part of the event. As you already heard, we have got a couple of predefined sessions which will take place in this room, but we will also have 3 different rooms which we can have sessions in. And the idea with the BarCamp is that it's not yet clear what's going to happen in these other rooms, because we're going to plan this now together. And I don't know, who of you has ever attended a BarCamp before? Okay, so quite a lot. You should be familiar with the process. We've got a session plan, and we've got a couple of versions of that. We've got an online version, which is this one, and you can all pull it up on your mobile phone whenever you want. The URL is sessions.alley.club. There are also kind of bar camps everywhere around, and you can always have a look what's going to happen next. At the moment, the session plan is still empty, because we didn't have the session planning except for the first room, which is the H11. We gave the rooms names. The names are perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Some of you might be familiar with these terms. It's been like a community suggestion last year, because we had 4 rooms, so we had these 4 terms. And we are going to fill this session grid now together. And the way we do this is you are going to give some sort of idea or session topic you would like to discuss. So you can be the host for a session. Being a host doesn't exactly mean you do have to give a talk or something. It could also, it could be, you could have prepared something and brought it here, but you could also just have an idea to discuss something with people. And maybe it's something you worked on and you would like to share with others and get their feedback, or it's a question, something you say, oh, I'm interested in that, but I have no idea, so maybe there is someone who can teach me something about that. So it could actually be all sorts of these things. I know Moritz has a very controversial topic. He will hopefully give a session about that. And we are going to have this all planned now. So the process is, first of all, you're just giving us your idea. You will be able, I'm going to give you the microphone, and you can shortly pitch it with a couple of sentences. Tell us what it's about and let us know what your topic is. I'm going to put it on a sticky note and put it on a session grid, which is a whiteboard here in the room, but this one is actually only for Cynthia, who will put it into her computer and it will show up here. So this is kind of my notebook. And by the way, don't wonder, the axes are flipped around because it's a landscape whiteboard. We had to so please don't get confused. This one is the more important one. And for the session planning, we would encourage people who never ever proposed a session before to go first. Because there are so many people in the room, I bet, who have lots of topics, and they're like in the community forever, and they could talk the whole day. And I know they will fill it all up. But we would like to give people a chance who never proposed a session before. So if you feel like you are the one, you never proposed something, or you're new to this, we really like to encourage you. Even also, we've got who is actually a student here at the university. We should have a couple of students. Okay, fantastic. So welcome students, for example. I really love that you're here. By the way, I'm teaching at this university, so that's why I am here actually, and it's really dear to my heart to bring all this to the students as well, and to the higher education. So, for example, you students, do you have anything you would like to propose a session? I know it's kind of hard to speak up and take a microphone and everything, but please do, because this is what it's all about, right? We want to learn and we want to share. So, we have a first suggestion, and I will thank you. I will give you the microphone.
Yes, thank you. I don't know much about accessibility yet as a student, and I would really like to know more about accessibility for the elderly, because that's like an area I want to specialize in. So I don't know if I can learn from the experts here on this. That would be very nice.
Okay, thanks a lot. This is a brilliant suggestion. I didn't mention one thing, need to tell you. Like the robust room, which is the number H111, we've got some, this is a special room because it's a smaller one, and we've got problems with the sound in this room. So we wouldn't put any sessions in this room who have like a computer with sound. That's why I'm going to ask you first, do you have a presentation which uses sound? Okay, so you could probably go into this room. That's just what I wanted to find out. Who is interested in this session, could be interested in this session, like accessibility for the elderly? Okay, so there are a couple of people. I'm going to note this down. And we can put it on the room H11 because it has no sound, and we will shuffle this around in the end to resolve any conflicts. So who's next? Okay. It's probably a good idea to have a second microphone, right? And also I have a co-organizer, he can run as well. Yep. Oh, sorry, and we need your name. We need your name? Okay, thank you.
Should I stand? Is it working? Okay. I wanted to propose some talk about how to deliver accessibility trainings for teams, if someone is interested to discuss it.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. I think the microphone didn't work, so I'm going to repeat it. This session is about delivering training for accessibility training to teams. Was that correct? Okay. Who would be interested in this topic? Okay, quite a few. What's your name, by the way? Anastasia. Okay, thank you.
It works, but
it works?
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Okay, then maybe take this one. Okay. Okay. Who's next? It doesn't work. Okay, you need to run then. Okay. Yeah, I know. So maybe take the louder one and let him run a bit. So who's next? Okay, Søren over there.
Hello everyone, my name is Søren Reinecke. I would like to propose a talk about defining one content and presenting it in different scenarios, like for example, you have a table which is accessible and you present that table in a different way which is perceivable using a smartphone, just for example. Different presentations of content, maybe.
Who would be interested in that? Okay. Tobias, you can moderate.
Yeah, okay. From anyone from this side?
Hi, I'm Jan. I'm on my, let's say, own created mission to drive for a change in the big corporation around accessibility, and I want to have an exchange if there are other people here who have maybe similar challenges, similar ideas, similar solutions. So I want to boil the ocean basically of a big corporation bottom up, and things are working sometimes good, sometimes not so good, and it's a lot about cultural topics, mindset changes and things like that. So it's a mix of an exchange and yeah, maybe telling my experiences so far.
So by the way, there would probably be an overlap with Christiane's talk this afternoon, so we should have this not exactly at the slot between 4 o'clock and 5. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so, because this is kind of the same topic. Okay. So who's next? This is nearer to me, so I'm
I guess this one is more a call for people who know about accessibility here, but how do you use AI in your day-to-day when it comes to accessibility, to applying it?
Fantastic, thank you. I've got a second microphone. That's
And
great.
it's Natasha, sorry.
What's her name?
Natasha.
Oh, we should meet as well. Yeah, right. Fantastic. I know how to write this. Great, thank you.
I took the mic directly. Hello, my name is Marion, and I have no presentation prepared. It's for an informal exchange. I've been working since 2020, or being part of the community of practice in the different companies I've been to, and I have experienced different challenges in leading and perpetuating the community of practice related to accessibility, and I'm very curious to hear about others' people's experience. Yeah, so that would be my proposal: community of accessibility, community of practice. I thought so too, but I didn't know if it was specifically about community of practice. No, I'm very fine to merge it. I would have loved to have a slot in the 2 or 4 p.m. if possible, but
Okay.
I'm fine with looking at a recording of another presentation. I think.
Okay, I'm going to put it, for the moment, I'm going to put it here. And Jan, maybe you could, like, if we've got lots of topics, then maybe we could think about putting them together.
Yeah, so then I'll continue. Hi everyone, I'm Patrick, and I think I also have kind of a similar topic because I want to talk about how do we ignite the spark. So it's about best practices for ally awareness raising. Who do we have to talk to? How do we talk to them? And what do we talk about? And it's, for me, it would be like a holistic approach for organizations. We especially know for the public sector. And yeah, we just would show how we do it, how to onboard the right people, bring them together and keep the fire burning.
Fantastic. I just call it how to ignite the spark, because
Yes.
hopefully we can all, and I
Thank
hope
you.
I wrote Patrick the right way with CK
With
at the end.
CK, perfect, yeah.
Great. Please don't throw this kind of microphone.
Hi, I'm Olivia, and I want to make a session about a game I created. It's an NVDA shortcut game, so we can play test it, and I brought it with me.
I call it NDA shortcut game, right? Okay.
Hi, my name is Barbara, and I would like to propose a talk about meta glasses and the implication, like how it can be an accessibility ally, but also has concerns about privacy.
Okay, it was meta glasses,
Meta
right?
glasses.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Filling up quickly. Who's next?
My controversial idea, which I think is not that controversial at all. So I would like to discuss about if there's a need for a standard accessibility pattern library for the web. I mean, there have been many attempts, but I think all of them are bad. Don't at me. Maybe this is the controversial part of this. I want to have a discussion around how we could pull something like this off together as a community, what we would need, what pitfalls would be, what we need to take care about to have an accessibility pattern library that is a standard for the web.
Great. I think this is a topic we need. so sorry about my writing. I hope you can see that. We can fix this later, Cynthia, if it's too, if my handwriting is too bad. Okay. We've got still a couple of slots left. Who's next? Oh, wow, yeah.
Hello, my name is Fabian. We're a small startup from Würzburg and we built it AI for leichte und einfache Sprache using the knowledge from people with learning disabilities. And I know it's a quite controversial topic in the accessibility area, and that's why I want to discuss with you the topic. And if you're interested, show the product. And also we are thinking about building an API for that. And also I want to hear like from you directly what use cases are for the API. Are you interested in that? And is that useful?
Okay, thank you. I think this is a topic worth discussing. There will be a lot of discussions about that. Just want to say, when you run this presentation, please take care that it's not going to be like kind of a sales pitch or something, because this is like community stuff. Okay. This is German. I think Nora can help you with that. Plain language. It's like the German version of plain language, kind of. Okay, Stefan.
Hi. I have a discussion topic. So the topic will be the future of accessibility. I want to discuss with you what about our profession, what about accessibility testing or consultation in 10 years, in 5 years, looking at AI and how the techniques are developing. Are we needless in a few years, or have we a future, or is the future accessible and so we don't have to talk about?
I think you need a big room for that one.
Robots. Okay, who's next?
Shep. There's a voll mit presentation.
So my name is Shep, and so my idea for today is to present you with an idea that I have on how to kick overlay vendors' asses, and so it might also be kind of controversial. You will like discover why. Yeah. So that's my idea.
Okay, how to kick overlays? What?
Overlay vendors' asses.
Okay. Okay. You will need a big room for that as well, I guess. Great. Markus.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Markus. I just want to raise or add a topic to the community of best practices I'm currently dealing with, which is universal design for learning. And yeah, I would love here at the university if we have teachers and students to come to this and add this to the discussion.
I think it's a good one, and I know at least one person who would be interested in. Great.
Okay, so further topics?
Well, we've got 4 slots left. We don't have to fill them up immediately.
Yeah.
We could also.
Yes,
Walter.
Yeah. So I've been working with a lot of content management systems and especially a lot of WordPress. I have a WordPress accessibility on the directory, and I have to change it now because the rules have changed. So I wanted to tell you how WordPress is testing for accessibility. They are tested by people, and I have to change it now. So I don't know what I have to do, but I saw that the accessibility for WordPress is present, so could be interesting.
Okay,
so
thank
I
you.
would tell what the process is and what people have found.
I'll just call it WordPress accessibility. Is that okay? Okay, fine. Okay, 3 more left, if you want. Oh, Oliver. Sorry, Tobias. By the way, while Tobias is walking there, I think he should get an applause because he had his birthday yesterday. I won't sing.
Yeah, hi, Oliver. It just reminds me, I am accessibility chair of the Mention Computer this year, and I am wondering if we could have a small chat about what's possible to make events like this one and Mention Computer and other events more accessible, and yeah, don't let it cost so much. So what are best practices for accessible events? I would like to collect ideas and yeah, just to have a concept for the future events, how we could make them more accessible.
It's a great topic. Unfortunately, I can't attend myself. Okay, last 2 slots. Who's got an idea? Okay.
Hi, I'm Marion from the Netherlands. I've been an accessibility professional for over 8 years, and I'd like to speak to other people about how to stay motivated while doing your job.
Okay. And time for the final slot. Is there anything else? If we've got more than one, we still have the opportunity to maybe combine some of them. But maybe we just leave it by this. One more suggestion from anyone? Sure. Okay. I mean, we can just switch off Zoom, but we've got an additional room actually where we have no technical setup. So then we're going to.
Yeah.
1.6.
That's 1.6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to discuss that later. It's kind of a top secret session, so like people need to get in touch with Marion personally, and it's not in the session grid. Okay, so we've got 2 sessions left then. Any other ideas? I mean, we don't have to fill them up. We can still, if you have like an idea in the middle of the day, there's one more. If you have got an idea in the middle of the way, maybe you just can sit somewhere. Wherever you find something to sit or stand, you can use that, and we could also have spontaneous sessions as well.
I would like to propose a session to talk about accessible event booking calendars, because I'm building one and I would like some input.
Okay, and your name is Jan, right?
Yes.
Okay, then this is Jan D, and what's your last name? R. Yeah. Okay. Right. Sure. Should have known that. Where's that? Okay. Okay. And now, last one. Anyone? Susie.
Hi, my name is Susie, and
lately I've found a lot of information missing on digital accessibility, especially how users with different needs really what they need. So I couldn't find any research on what people with psychological problems need from digital accessibility, and I would like to discuss what we're not knowing, where do we need more research on?
Okay, could you phrase this as a like 3 or 4 words topic?
The blind spot on digital accessibility.
So blind spot is a little bit ableistic. Maybe we shouldn't use that. Sorry.
The lack of research.
Okay. Okay, great. I think this is it. Is there something you would like to add? You've got another one.
Yes, I would like to add. Could we merge my session with the one from Marion? Because I really need to attend the SHEP session about the overlays.
So, before we do this, as far as I understood, your problem is you would like to attend something. It's not about the wish to merge something, but the wish to attend something else, right? Because before we get into that stage, I would like to make sure that everyone's got their proposal done. Lena. Yeah, sure. Give it a second. It's no man.
A minute.
So last but not least, if people are interested, I would like to propose the topic of building an accessibility program from zero, which slightly overlaps with implementation in a large platform and accessibility grown up, so I would like that not to be at the same time.
Okay. Give me a second. So now this would be the moment where I would like to ask, I think that was Jan, and to merge that one with, which one was the similar one, Marion? Would that be okay for you two, to merge that? Okay. And this is probably exactly in the slot where you wouldn't like to have it, right? Like these two? Okay. Der will nicht. Okay. So, it's going to fly away again, but anyway. We're going to do that? Switching? Please keep that for a sec. Yeah, okay. Tobias is going to hold it, right? Thank you. No, so, before we switch, like one last question. Is there any topic you really want to see on the whiteboard? As I said, you can always do like a spontaneous session somewhere, wherever you find a seat or benches or whatever. But is this all you've got for now? Okay, so now, thank you. We're going to go into the switching thing. So now, Natasha, so could you please repeat that? So who, please think about the schedule, and if there is something that's really giving you a hard time, because you really want to attend this and that doesn't work. So this is your chance to say that. This one? And you would like to switch something? Okay, by the way, we will never find an ideal combination. It's impossible. There will always be difficulties. But Okay, first of all, let's switch Natasha's one, if that's fine. Okay, that's the same. So these two. Yeah, I'm going to switch them. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something. By the way, it's as you see, it's impossible. We've got like 4 parallel tracks. You cannot be everywhere, but all the sessions are recorded, and you will have the chance to be there afterwards. You can view all of them. Also, here in this big room, these are kind of the main presentations, but they are recorded especially well because we have live captions, we have everything. So there is nothing you can miss actually, because you can view all of them later if you want. Please only think about, so where do I really want to discuss with the others? That should be the most important thing you're thinking about. Natasha. Okay, I'm fine with that. Sorry, Cynthia, for the. Okay. So any other major problems with this schedule? Markus? Okay. Okay, that's these two. Any preference? Is there anyone else who would like to attend both of them, like how to kick overlay vendors, asses, and universal design for learning? So you would like to attend both of them. Do you have any suggestions which ones to switch one of them? So that would be, for example, these ones, right? We're going to do this. Okay. Okay, see a couple of thumbs. Okay, do you have any suggestion which ones to switch? Would that be okay for you, Walter? Okay. Okay, one final switch. Anyone? 3, 2, Okay, 3, 2, 1. This is the session grid for today. Yay! Fantastic. So, Cynthia, thank you very much for putting it all online. You should be able to have a look at this online as well. The URL is sessions.le.club. You can pull it on your browser and see what's going to happen next. No, I forgot about the sound thing. One last question. Like the 4th column on this session grid up there, the people who what time it is. It should be. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. So when would you want to do that? In the morning. Maybe just pick your time. In 5 minutes. That's really soon. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. So it's Okay. So it's the 2nd, and that would be at 11:30, right? The room number is
1.6.
It's a secret room number. There is no signs because we didn't know that we were going to use it, but we're going to show you. It's like on the 1st floor, like the 2nd room to the right. So fantastic. We're not really in time, but almost in time, which is great. If Mark, if you could switch to the second slide, then. Thank you for. Oh no, it's also in my. It's also. Oh yeah, I forgot about the sound. Sorry, so many things to think about at the same time. So the fourth column of the session grid, I forgot to ask whether anyone needs sound. Do you need sound for the sessions in the fourth room? The people who run the sessions there. You need sound? I mean sound from your computer, not from your mouth. Okay. Okay, then it works. That's fine. Okay, so the first presentation here in this room should actually start in 5 minutes. I would give it another 15 minutes for giving you some time to get a drink or for Eleanor to set up her computer here. The other sessions actually could start immediately at 10:30. So happy discussing wherever you go now. We're gonna. Okay. With the microphone. Okay. So that's it. We're gonna meet in the rooms. Handing over the microphone to Nora because of the volunteers.
In case you still want to volunteer and take over a minor task, that would be great. Plus, all the volunteers meet at the front now. Service announcement.
So thank you. See you in the rooms. Have fun. We've got lunchtime. At lunchtime, I don't see the schedule right now. We're going to meet there, and please don't forget about the group photo if you want. See you there. Yeah. Okay, so there are like these two black stripes on the floor, and this is the best place to be for the camera.
Okay, cool.
And I will. Yeah. Muss man ja kurz noch hier die Nase putzen. I will just do a very brief introduction because you will have lots of information in your slides, I guess. We are ready. Yes. Okay. So, if you're ready, we are for the very first presentation in the big room. This is Eleanor. She came from Australia, which I think is really super committed. This is, and I'll make it very brief. She's a learning technology coordinator at Curtin University, she told me, in Australia. And she's all about ADHD and cognitive accessibility and the accommodations you can have. By the way, she's also giving a workshop tomorrow, so in case you don't have a workshop yet and are interested in that topic, just make a little advertisement. And with that, over to you, Eleanor. Thanks for being here and kicking this off.
That's okay. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, great. So first of all, I'll say g'day, everyone. I'm going to do a quick visual description for anyone who would find it useful. I'm Eleanor. I'm a Caucasian woman in my 30s. I have long shoulder-length brown hair. I'm wearing a tight black knit top and some green flared pants. And I'm standing in front of a screen with my slide that says Tech as Cognitive Accessibility, Designing Digital Tools for ADHD Brains. So, with that, I'd like to propose something before I properly begin. I'm just going to do a quick little thought experiment for you all. I'm going to do my introduction now, my little written down introduction, and I want you to try and guess how long I speak for. But the catch is, I want you to try and use your brain. So you're not allowed to use your phone, mobile, or anything. Just your grey matter. Are you ready? We're going to start now. So, hi everyone. I'm Eleanor Bilby. I'm a Learning Technology Coordinator at Curtin University in Perth, Western Australia. And I also run ModelMend, which is an educational platform that helps adults with ADHD configure everyday technology as cognitive accommodations. And I do this through written guides, implementation frameworks, and workshops. Now, before becoming a learning designer, I actually worked for a few years as an app designer. So you could say I've always had quite a codependent relationship with technology. And ironically, this is one of the reasons that led me to being late diagnosed with ADHD. I had built coping mechanisms to help me function without realizing that these were accommodations. It was during my time at Curtin, I was supporting teachers and academics to use technology for learning and to help their students, that I realized there was actually a bigger need for this, and it was needed to extend this kind of scaffolded support to late diagnosed adults with ADHD, especially those who are called autodidactic, which is self-directed learners. Adults want to build their own solutions, but sometimes they just don't have the frameworks or resources in which to do this. And that's where ModelMend came from. Okay, how do we do? Now, who said 1 minute and 27 seconds? Were we good? Were we off? Doesn't matter. You're not alone. What I did is an example of what's called time blindness, which is difficulty accurately perceiving time passing. So for many people with ADHD, we don't have a reliable internal sense of whether it's been 5 minutes or 50 minutes. And it's not that you lost the track of time, it's actually that your brain wasn't keeping track in the first place. Now, I really want to emphasize that this isn't about willpower or discipline. It's a difference in how ADHD brains process information. So, how big is this? Well, in Australia, over 500,000 Australian adults have ADHD. That's more than the population of Canberra. Now, this figure doesn't include the many adults who remain undiagnosed but are already experiencing ADHD-related struggles in their everyday life. Now, ADHD is legally covered in Australia under the Disability Discrimination Act, which means that reasonable adjustments are actually required. But here's what we're not talking about. The tools to build those adjustments are already sitting in millions of our homes, right in our pockets. Smartphones, smart speakers, automation apps, and the principles already exist too, in frameworks like the WCAG and Universal Design for Learning. We could be using everyday technology to build cognitive accommodations. So, today I'm going to introduce you to a framework for using technology as cognitive accessibility, and it's built on these 3 pillars. First, we have our principles, starting with the foundations, like the WCAG. Then we move into implementation, which is using if-then behavioural engineering to actually build the systems. And then we have observability, which is building in feedback so they can see what's working and adapt what's not. Along the way, we're going to cover who needs this, what it is, when it matters, why it matters, how to build it, and where it applies. Now, before we talk about solutions, we need to be really clear on what ADHD actually is. So, ADHD is a neurodevelopmental condition affecting attention, memory, time, emotion, and action. An ADHD brain isn't just distracted, it's wired differently. ADHD brains have a lower baseline of dopamine. That means that everyday tasks don't produce the same reward signal. And delayed gratification, which means doing something now for the benefit of later, that becomes much harder. The ADHD brain feeds on immediacy and impulse. This is why behavioural strategies that work for neurotypical populations often fail those of us with ADHD. The neurochemical feedback loop is fundamentally different. And when you understand that, something else becomes clear. Many adults spend years thinking they're disorganised, lazy, or inconsistent, when in reality, their brain just processes motivation differently. Getting a diagnosis in Australia can take months, and many adults with ADHD are diagnosed later in life, which means they have deeply embedded coping systems that actually no longer serve them. So, why? Well, most ADHD support falls into 2 categories. We have the clinical interventions, which is medication, therapy, a diagnosis, and then a lot of self-help productivity advice, such as just use a planner, set some better habits, or just try harder. Now, medication can absolutely help with impulsivity and concentration, but it doesn't automatically build skills or systems. As the saying goes, pills don't teach skills. So what medication can do, though, is it can create a window, a period, a golden period where executive function is less impaired and make some real opportunities. So that's where the real gold begins. What comes next shouldn't be more pressure to perform. It should be support through structure and systems. And the principles for doing that actually already exist in accessibility. And the tools for doing that already exist in everyday technology. We're just not connecting them. So when does this matter? Well, I think this matters right now. Australia is facing a significant ADHD medication shortage, with impacts lasting right through till deep in 2026. So this means that non-pharmacological support isn't just helpful, it's actually essential. Our neurotypes need psychoeducation. That's practical support to learn new ways of living that work with our brains. But to understand how to build these systems, we first need to understand the gap in current accessibility standards. So, what is cognitive accessibility? Well, cognitive accessibility focuses on reducing the mental effort required to understand, remember, initiate, and complete tasks. Accessibility standards work well for digital interfaces, such as websites and apps. But for ADHD, the barriers don't just show up on screens. They show up in everyday physical environments. Getting out of bed, starting tasks, perceiving time. Now, these aren't just screen problems. For executive function, accessibility actually lives in the setup. It's designing your environment to reduce these barriers. In learning design, we call this scaffolding. It helps learners build foundations by adding structural support. So in construction, scaffolding is the temporary structure that lets a person work safely, so they can reach a height that they couldn't reach on their own, and it doesn't ask them to change the worker, it changes what's possible for the worker. Cognitive scaffolding works in a similar way. It's the external support, such as cues, prompts, routines, and structure that lets your brain do what it's already capable of doing without holding the whole sequence in your working memory. Environmental scaffolds are essential for those who lack the cognitive support biologically. This approach is grounded in research. Dr. Russell Barkley, aka I'm his #1 fan, he's a leading ADHD researcher, and he advocates for what's called environmental engineering, which is where we modify the environment, not the person. His famous quote is, "ADHD is a disorder of performance, of doing what you know rather than knowing what to do." This means that support needs to be in the moment, in the environment, when the challenge happens. The issue is often not that someone does not know what to do, it's that the support needed to do it reliably is missing in the moment that matters. Now, his approach likes to incorporate low-tech solutions, such as timers, visual cues, sticky notes, visual reminders, to help build that structure into your everyday life. Now, I feel that we can take this a step further with technology. Millions of people have a smartphone or smart home devices. We can use these as environmental engineering tools, but we just need to configure them as accommodations. So can tech help address these barriers? I think so, but it needs to be set up intentionally. That's why building systems based on accessibility principles is key, not just randomly adding smart devices and hoping that they help. So for those who are unfamiliar, and I hope that we're all not, the WCAG is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These are the international standards used to make websites and digital content accessible to people with disabilities. They guide how we design interfaces so people can perceive information, navigate systems, and complete tasks without unnecessary barriers. So what if we applied these same principles to the tech you already own? Your phone stops being a communication or procrastination device and starts being assistive technology. So let me show you what this looks like. I've taken some of the WCAG Cognitive Accessibility Guidelines, and what they're adapted to is what's called the COGA Guidelines, and I've helped create an accommodation for each. So where the WCAG says, help users focus, for ADHD this could be focus mode on your phone, blocking notifications so you're not constantly distracted, or a smart light that shifts throughout the day with a bright white light saying it's work time and an orange indicating time to wind down. Where the WCAG says minimize the memory load, for ADHD, this might be a reminder that lives on your lock screen so you literally can't miss it. Or it's an automation that handles a whole sequence of steps. Wake up, lights on, coffee machine. It starts without you having to remember any of it. And where the WCAG says we need to support personalization, well, for ADHD, everyone's different. So some might need a color-coded calendar, someone else might need their lights to change color, and someone else just wants to talk into their phone and let the tech take care of the rest. This is translating the WCAG cognitive principles into ADHD-specific implementations. We need to extend them beyond the screen and into everyday environments. So, you're probably thinking, well, how do I actually do this? Well, you'll need 3 things. First, a plan. So let's say you struggle with mornings. You want your environment to help get you moving because you're not really a morning person. Well, to help map this out, there's a psychological structure called if-then planning. So it sounds simple. If X happens, then I will do Y. But here's the shift. Instead of you doing the Y, your environment does it. So, for example, if it's 7 a.m., then the lights turn on. If I enter the kitchen, then the kettle turns on. So if you've ever done any programming, you'll recognize this. It's called conditional statements. You're literally programming your environment. Next, we have the technology. So now we use tech to actually execute the plan. So your phone has automation software built in. Shortcuts on iPhone, Google Routines on Android. Smart bulbs, well, they're $25 online. So let's use our morning example again. Your smart bulb turns on at 7 o'clock. Your motion sensor detects you in the kitchen, and the smart plug turns your kettle on automatically. Now you didn't remember anything. The environment started your morning. So third, we have our feedback loop. Now here's the thing. Systems fail, but that's actually a good thing. We need to know when they're not working. Now this is called, through resilience engineering, we need to plan for failure. The technology will tell you. So again, let's go back to our morning routine. So your smart bulb logs show that when your lights actually turned on, maybe you discover that 7 a.m. is a little bit too early, and your motion sensor can see you're not actually getting up until 7:30. So now you know. We'll just adjust our automation to 7:30. Your motion sensor again logs when you entered the kitchen. Now, if it's saying 7:45 instead of 7:15, you can see you're spending a little too long in bed after your light turns on. And let's say your kettle's smart plug shows whether you actually turned it on when it detected the motion, or if you unplugged it 3 days ago and forgot to plug it back in. Now, you're not guessing. You have data, and you can adapt it yourself. So how do we do this? You've understood the framework, but now you're probably thinking, well, how do I actually configure this, and where do I start? That's where a symptom-first approach comes in. Now, in accessibility work, there's usually a distinction. Accessibility is proactive, accommodations are reactive. But for ADHD, this actually works differently. When executive function is the barrier, what we call accommodations are actually accessibility in action. Systems that adapt to the person are not band-aid solutions applied after the fact. The goal is not to try harder at keeping everything in your head. The goal is to move more of the task into the environment. Now, let's look at 3 classic ADHD symptoms and how to build a system for each. First of all, we have working memory. So this is our trouble with short-term memory and recalling information. What most people will suggest to help is write it down. But that still assumes you remember to write it down. And then you remember where you wrote it down. And then, did I write it down or did I not write it down? Now let's see what could actually help. You can use voice capture with AI. So use ChatGPT Voice or Notebook LM to ramble your thoughts aloud, and your AI can help organize them into tasks. You can have automatic logging through Apple Shortcuts or Android Tasker to track your location and activities without manual entry. Or, my personal favorite, audiobooks as body doubling. You can pair podcasts or audiobooks with physical tasks, such as doing the dishes or doing the laundry. And this audio anchors your attention while your hands stay busy. And trust me, that one does really work. So your memory moves out of your head and into the environment. Another good one, task initiation paralysis. So this is the inability to start tasks, even simple important ones, when you know you really should, but you just can't. So what people like to suggest is just break it down. Sometimes that helps, but often the barrier isn't the complexity of the task, it's the initiation itself. So what can actually help here? Again, environmental triggers, such as smart bulbs that change color for work mode, or motion sensors to trigger our coffee maker to get us up and going, or a task list that appears on your phone when you enter the kitchen. We need friction reduction. So again, shortcuts or Google routines to help bundle our steps into one tap or a voice command. And again, AI for decision paralysis. We can ask ChatGPT or Claude to break overwhelming tasks down into simple steps. This means our initiation becomes environmental, not psychological. And again, good old time blindness, the inability to accurately perceive time passing. So when people suggest get a watch or just be more aware of the time, but when your brain can't actually track time passing, being more aware of it doesn't suddenly create the ability. What actually helps is ambient lighting. Again, I really love this one. Smart bulbs that change color as we move throughout the day. Location-based triggers. So remind me when I get home, or instead of remind me at 3 p.m. Or smart home scenes, such as when things shift automatically to mark transitions, such as your morning routine or your evening wind-down routine. And visual time blocking. Digital calendars on your lock screen or a mounted tablet to show your day at a glance. Time becomes visible instead of invisible. Now, let me show you what this looks like in practice. This is Sarah. Sarah has ADHD, and she consistently stays up way too late doom scrolling due to time blindness. She knows she should go to bed at 9 p.m, but it doesn't quite feel the same as going to bed at midnight or 2 a.m. Now, the solution is not to try harder, it's environmental design. So here's her setup. At 9 p.m, her smart bulb is going to fade from white to orange slowly over 30 minutes. At 9:30, a notification prompts her to start her bedtime routine. Tapping it triggers her iPhone bedtime focus mode. This means her notifications quiet and her screen turns down. She didn't have to remember anything. The environment did it for her. And here's the crucial part. She can actually observe whether or not it's worked. Her bedtime logs and her phone pickups can show this pattern over weeks. Her screen time data shows whether she actually used bedtime mode, and her smart bulb logs show whether the automation triggered reliably. This data reveals, is she getting to bed earlier? Are there nights when the system fails? Does she need to start the fade earlier, or does it need to last longer? She's no longer guessing whether the system works. She can see it, she can adapt it, and she's more likely to implement it because she's in charge. Okay, so just to be clear, this is not about productivity optimization. So productivity optimization says, you're capable of functioning, here's how to do more. Whereas accessibility accommodation says, your environment is creating barriers. Here's how to reduce the cognitive demand required for basic functioning. Productivity asks you to do more. Accessibility changes the environment so you don't have to. This distinction matters. Now, good cognitive accessibility has 3 qualities. It works when you forget it exists, it doesn't rely on motivation, and it still helps you function on your worst days. The principle is simple. Change the environment, not the person. And this is what we're doing here. We're adapting everyday tech for ADHD. We're changing the environment, not the person. Now, the gap is education, not software. Now, this is not about building new apps or buying expensive platforms. I want you to use what already actually exists. Your smartphone, smart bulbs, millions of people already have them. The principles exist. The WCAG gives us this framework. So what's missing? We're not teaching people how to use what they already have. Now, OTs and ADHD coaches do incredible work with one-on-one support, and that's invaluable. And for many people, that's exactly what they need. But not everyone can access that. Wait lists are long, the cost is high, and many autodidactic learners want frameworks that they can implement themselves. What's missing is the how-to. Which barrier do you start with? What tech do you actually use? How do you set it up when the setup itself requires executive functioning? How do you know if it's working? Now, this isn't replacing professional support, it's a different kind of pathway. So, I want to get personal for a moment. I've been told I'm too dependent on my phone, that I should use technology less. But here's what that assumes, that there's a more virtuous way to function without technology. For someone with ADHD, the alternative isn't doing it the natural way. The alternative is not being able to do it at all. The social model of disability tells us that disability is created by barriers, not by bodies. When we tell people with ADHD to reduce screen time, we're removing the accommodation and then blaming them for struggling without it. The dependency is the only thing standing between me and complete dysfunction. It's not a crutch. It's assistive technology that makes participation possible. Dependence on accessibility infrastructure isn't weakness. It's appropriate accommodation. So where do we go from here? If you're an accessibility practitioner, start asking about executive function the same way you ask about mobility or vision. Include cognitive load in your audits. Ask, what accommodations do you need for working memory, for task initiation, for time perception? If you're in healthcare or education, before you recommend less screen time or put your phone away, ask what they're actually using it for. Their phone might be their working memory. Their calendar might be making time visible. Don't remove accommodations. Ask instead, how can we configure your devices to support your cognitive needs? And if you're someone with ADHD, you're incredibly good looking. And you need to stop apologizing for using your phone. You need to stop feeling guilty about automations. You're not weak for depending on technology. You deserve support that fits. It's incredibly important that we don't just diagnose late identified ADHD adults, medicate them, and throw them to the wolves. Just because someone has been coping for years does not mean that they've been thriving. By providing accessible frameworks for accommodations and self-autonomy, individuals who have been at a disadvantage for years finally get their power back. We have the technology, we have the principles. Now we need to recognize that everyday devices set up intentionally are cognitive accommodations for ADHD. The goal isn't to make people try harder. It's to build systems that work when they can't. Thank you. Now, I know this is a very juicy subject, so I've left a lot of time for any sort of questions or any sort of feedback or any further information, because I know that that is a lot to take on at once. So, do I have any questions online? Or, oh, thank you for the thumbs up. Or anything in the room? I'm here and I'm ready. Oh, sorry. Hi. Doing this? I'll take care of it. Doing this? Doing this? We'll do some hold music. I can do a dance.
Working. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. As an ADHD person, 100% with you here. Funnily enough, I started using tech as well to try and make routines and also help me on a day-to-day basis. I bought a smartwatch just for that, not for the steps that it's counting or the fact that I don't do sports at all. Not to monitor my health or whatever. It was really just to get reminders on my arm buzzing, so that because I wouldn't get the buzz from the phone sometimes because the phone wouldn't be with me, for example. So yeah, that was really typically what you were exposing. One thing though is, how do you manage the procrastination triggers, I want to say, that the phone brings? Because I know that this is one of my issues where I will, even though I will have like less notifications, these kind of things, it will still be a trigger. And at some point, you know, the will to just procrastinate when you have ADHD is like so much stronger, you know, because of the impulsivity. So yeah, how do you think we could handle that?
Ooh, that's a very, very good question. Because it's like you need your phone for two things. Like one, it is your happy place. Like I have so many fidgets and games on there, and obviously Instagram. But one thing I like to do is I like to set up shortcuts that I know will keep me, I'm my own best friend and my worst boss. So I know something that will keep me in line. So one of the things I do is I've set up a shortcut with an NFC tag on my desk where I tap it and it puts my screen into black and white mode. So that way I know I'm going to go on Instagram. I just know I am. But because it's removed the color from it, you'll be amazed at how you're off it in 10 seconds. Because without the sound and without the color, this isn't fun anymore. And so I get back to what I was doing. So that's kind of what helps me kind of lock myself out. And I've seen that there's things like Brick, I've seen you tap it and it kind of removes the notifications for you and things like that. But I don't like the idea of taking things away because you deserve a reward as well. If you've done something hard or you've finally responded to that email, you deserve 10 minutes of scroll time. But it's when that 10 minutes turns into an hour. So I like to try and know myself, be kind to myself, and then put those guardrails on. So again, black and white mode, that has been a game changer for me. The only thing I would be careful of is you can also outsmart yourself by then tapping it again to put it back in color mode. So you actually have to follow your own rules and be like, kind of like when you start going to the gym. You sign up for a membership, but you actually have to go to it. Otherwise, what's the point? So yeah, but that's a great question. I hope that answered it. That actually, what I can do is leads me really well into showing a little sample of what I'll be going through in my workshop tomorrow. So whilst you were speaking, I've just unplugged this. I can give you a little sneak preview because what it highlights is that exact example of aha. I was like, that's not it. Again, see my 10,000 tabs? They're all equally important, I assure you. So, one of my favorite examples that I have for my workshop tomorrow is meet Alex. So like you were saying, it's one of these things where the procrastination can really get to us. And in my workshop tomorrow, I use Alex as this kind of grounding case study. And what we have here is Alex, who is a senior project manager. They're so successful in their job. They run a 10-person team, meetings start on time, project plans are tight, and people call on Alex and they're so reliable. But at home, their place is a mess. There's post-it notes everywhere. They can't remember the last time they responded to a friend, and they have several bills overdue. But the worst part is the bins. The bins always go out late. They always miss bin day or not at all. And it's not because Alex doesn't care, but it's because they haven't configured their environment to help them. So the issue is there's no reminders, they use a sticky note on the fridge, there's neighbor shame, and the kind of internal thought process is, I run a team, but I can't reliably put my bins out. I used to think something was wrong with me, but now I realize my home doesn't have the scaffolding my office does. So in my workshop, I'm kind of going through how we would help Alex in the beginning, how they're kind of doing it all by themselves, and then it's carried by tech. And then we really walk through how to build a shortcut, how to observe everything, and then what we get is, we have Alex's summary of what actually helps them in their environment. So before, everything was on Alex. They have to notice it's Tuesday before bed with bin day. They have to remember that the bins exist. They have to work out which bin color goes out this week. They have to stop whatever they're doing and go deal with it. They have to collect the recycling, drag the bins. But then afterwards, through setting up appropriate accommodation, when they have to notice it's Tuesday before bed, well then the 7 p.m. Tuesday automation fires. They have to remember that it's bin night. The speaker says, bin night tonight. They have to remember which bin color goes out. There's a shortcut which shows them the alternating bin week message. They have to bring the bins back in tomorrow. Well, there's an NFC tag on the bin for them to tag it. And they have to repeat the whole thing every week, but the automation does it on its own. So that's just a little sample of how we can work through it to build it.
Hi, I was thinking about your smart bulbs example. Do you have a personal color coding for task? Because I was thinking, you know, like some blue light makes you feel more awake, red light makes you a bit sleepier, and orange, I've heard, it makes you hungry. So I don't know if you have any, because there's different color theories, right? So I was wondering that.
Well, my favorite of all of them is actually the capacity to dim it, because we know that the big rule is no big light, no big bright light. So once I quite like having orange in the evenings to wind down because that's the color psychology. Red and orange, the more kind of calming colors. One of the things I've found that actually helps is, it's probably a little bit of a TMI, but it happens to all of us, needing to have a shower and going to get up to brush your teeth and shower, having a blue light in the bathroom or a purple light that you then dim, it actually kind of makes it a more relaxing experience because the process of a shower and brushing your teeth can be quite overstimulating already. So I find that orange and red are better for the calming, warm environments. For work, I actually like to use alternating colors throughout the day because I work from home a lot and I find that sustains my attention a lot more. So then I'm like, oh, it's green now. I'm like, oh, it's gamifying things and making a novelty. So to answer your question properly, in true rambling ADHD style, I like orange and red for when I'm home and warm, blue and purple for when it's the bathroom or the shower, and then in my actual work mode, I like to do the kind of RGB variations. I find that that's what works for my little spicy brain. Yeah. Cool. I think, is that, have we heard? Oh, you have a question? No, yeah. Oh, someone's everybody, any, all, please, pick my brain.
Hi. Yeah, I was wondering, can these things also be applied to like other neurodivergent issues or like struggles, like for example, autism?
Yes.
Like my best friend, for example, is autistic, and I might recommend her some things from this talk actually. So
that's what cognitive accessibility. It relates to ADHD, autism, dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, anything that has that cognitive awareness and cognitive overload. So I'm actually ADHD. So I have a little bit of both in a nice spicy soup. And for autism, definitely, because especially with technology, it is about, I find it's incredibly helpful for the sensory involvement and the sensory reduction. So again, I use the lights because that's what I have found to be my worst enemy. Even when I just go to the shops, often for me it's harder if the lights are too bright. So if I have a dimmed light environment, I've had people come to my home and are like, oh, it's so calm here. And it's just because I've made it 40% lighting. Sound and sensory as well, having brown noise, white noise. I always put that on with noise cancelling headphones when I work. And loop earplugs, things like that. But that's more of the physical. But in terms of what's also helped me with the OD side of my ADHD is the routine side. So definitely having these shortcuts and having things that I know that reliably fire at the same time each day, or I know that if I tap this, something happens, or if I do this, it provides a level of comfort and regularity that I feel has kind of helped with my side of autism. Hopefully that answers your question. Oh, you're so welcome. Do you have any more? Any time for
I also have a question.
Where's that coming from? Oh, there.
Sorry, is that too loud? Hello. So you talked about a lot of like technological help when it comes to finding a routine.
Yes.
And my question may be a bit goofy, but what if I don't want a routine?
Ooh.
What if routines bore me?
Yeah. Well, I find one of my favorite subjects is me. So I love learning about me, and I can find that even though I find routine boring, I like to learn about me. So one thing I like to do is I found if I can look at one of my favorite things was I started looking up how often I pick up my phone. Girl, it's pretty bad. So if we you can go into your phone's data. Where's my example here? And you can start seeing, where is it? Oh, there we go, phone pickups. In your phone settings, there is something quite jarring that tells you how many times you actually pick up your device and look at it. So it's got nothing, it's separate from screen time, it's called phone pickups. And it will be specific to each hour of the day. So it's kind of one of those things where you start to realize, like when you eat the entire box of chocolate in a week or in a couple of days when you were trying to make it last a little bit longer, when you see it for what it is, that's when I feel I start to build a routine. Not out of shame, but out of like, oh boy, I should probably do something about this. I hope that helps. Does that make sense? Yeah, cool.
I have a follow-up question.
Yeah?
What if you don't have the power to do all of that?
We don't have the power?
Yeah, it seems like a lot, and I feel with ADHD that even planning my calendar, like my week, I cannot do anymore because you need a lot of power, and then looking at all of this tracking, making me more anxious.
Yeah. One thing at a time. So I've kind of overloaded you with a lot. For me, I started out with bulbs, the smart bulbs, that's why I keep talking about them. I used them for 6 months to a year before I started doing everything else. Super slow. And that's actually what I emphasize in this. It's like I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you here, just one thing. And that one thing can actually change a lot of your routine. And so once you get the hang of it and you actually start using it, you kind of get a little bit excited. So just honestly, one thing at a time. Because I'm very much like you. I get really overwhelmed and then I phone my mum and my mum has to help me come up with a plan and then I don't know what to do and then she's like, just one thing. So that's what even though this is a whole system, my best kind of takeaway is start small and start with one thing. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Eleanor. We need to wrap up. I see there is lots of interest, but first of all, a big applause for Eleanor. You're going to be around for the next 2 days, right? So if there are more questions, and I believe there are, I see Natasha raise her hand and everyone else, please grab Eleanor somewhere in the cafeteria, in the breaks, or in her workshop tomorrow. And we're going to have the next presentation here in roughly 15 minutes with Eric and Daniel sitting over there. So please choose your next room. Thanks, Eleanor, and see you in 15 minutes.
Das.
So the question is, where did we get the t-shirts from? The WCAG AC/DC style t-shirt is from HTML-Z webshop. So Steve Faulkner. And mine that says perceivable, operable, understandable, robust, fuck overlays. That's from Adrian Roselli's webshop. So yeah. I'll bring your tea. No, you can keep it as well. I'll bring your tea while you're talking. And we should start. Where's the super sauce? So, welcome to the second session today. It's with Eric and Daniel. They came from Sweden, I think. And they are talking about, it's probably the most technical presentation in this room here today. So we're excited about that. And do you have any words about yourself in your presentation? Yeah, okay. So maybe you introduce yourself a bit, if you want. The stage is yours. Eric and Daniel, welcome. You just need to turn this one on. Oh. Very good. Okay, let's see. Do we have sound on me in the room? No? Yeah. Amanda can hear you, so you're probably on the microphone. Okay.
We're good? All right.
Let's do this.
Hello, club. Hello. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, and hello everyone watching online as well. So we are going to talk about charm and respect your users with accessible delights. And my name is Eric.
My name is Daniel, and we are accessibility specialists from Access Lab, a little small company from Sweden.
Yes. And this is our kind of love story.
Not our love story, but a love story about user interfaces and how do you, fall in love with an interface, sort of.
Yep.
And one thing, when it comes to love, what's the first thing you think of, Eric?
Attractiveness.
Of course. Yeah, a lot of people think about attraction when it comes to love, I guess, and when something is beautiful. And we're going to show you an example of how to be both, beautiful, attractive, and accessible. So in this image that we're showing now, I hope, we show a storefront or a store where we have a lot of clothes everywhere, and yeah, it's basically their style, I guess, but it's kind of cluttered. And we did ask them to make it more accessible because we had a user, we talked to a user who always went to this store, and they had very much problem finding what they were looking for, and they felt overwhelmed because there were so many things there. But they said we can't make this accessible because then it will not be beautiful, because they thought this was beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of bottles and things hanging from the ceiling, and it's lamps everywhere and clothing on racks, so it's just, messy.
Right. So what we want to say here today is that we are going to break that myth that you can't make something accessible and beautiful at the same time. So this user, we asked the user, so what do you think is accessible? Well, when it's more open space, when things are easy to find, hierarchy, and things like that. So they had an example of another store where it was just this. And you can talk about this example if you want.
Yeah, this is from Philippa K store. And it's open, it's airy, it's light, and you can actually see the product, the clothing. You can navigate, and you can also get around in a wheelchair in this store, which you couldn't in the other one because it was so crowded.
So what you can see, I guess, maybe, or understand, is that you can make things both beautiful and accessible, right? And think about this when you do your interfaces as well. Well, Eric, one thing that I think, is worth thinking about when it comes to love is charm and being, delightful and joyful and all of that. So I want to talk a little bit about charm, I guess, and in user interfaces.
Yes. So we're going to show one example from a website that's called artscarbon.com. And we're going to show some delightness in this example. And I have dark mode on default. And when switching, you can use the moon. And it switches to a sun and becomes light mode, which is a bit unnecessary but delightful.
I guess, right? So yeah, being charmful is fun, right? And yeah, you can go ahead and show the next example at the same time here. It's still from the same website. So this website is for basically calculating how much carbon footprint it takes to be on a Zoom call. Hey everyone on Zoom. And to calculate, you're going to enter some numbers like how long the meeting is, right? So in minutes and hours. But when you are focusing on the hour input, the icon, the clock, the watch there, has its hand, and they sort of, what do we call it, like focus or like make the right...
It's a bit bolder and a bit, yeah, more prominent.
Emphasized, yeah, more prominent.
Yeah.
So these little small delights makes interfaces, I guess, more fun. Just small details, and that sort of matters.
Yeah, and this example also is important as well as the other one. You do not need this to use the service. So it's just an extra delight.
Absolutely. You can totally feel it when a website cares about details.
And we have a little quote here. When an interface feels friendly and makes you smile, you are more likely to keep using it and remember it as a great experience. Because frustration kills.
Yeah, exactly. So for a lot of people, maybe more for people who are, have cognitive disabilities or maybe are burnt out, as I was a couple of years ago, I remember how much more draining it is when a website is sort of boring and stiff, and how much easier it is when a website is a little bit more whimsical, I guess, and care about the details. So yeah, that's an accessibility angle to this too.
Let's go into the scary part when we're going to show live examples.
Right. So
this is a delightful transition.
Exactly. So I made an example of how we can make interfaces a little bit more whimsical, I guess. I'm working on a website right now, and we promised a little bit more technical things, right? So with the power of the new popover API and view transitions, we can make things morph. So here we have a website with 2 profile pictures, and if you tap or press on one of them, it morphs into a modal that shows the name and the title, or what do we have, like the close button. And you can, I guess, close it and it morphs back down into the profile picture. Super cool, but also super easy to do now with these new APIs. So that's amazing, I think. And these small little things, again, makes the interface more joyful and easier to digest.
And we should also note that you can also find all of these examples on Daniel's CodePen. So it's codepen.io/Daniel Goransson.
That's me.
Try to remember it.
Should we show one more example?
Yes.
All
so
right.
we're going to go into the delightful modal.
Right. So in this example, we have a classic top bar, sort of, with some link navigations. Yeah, when you hover them, they sort of follow the one that's hovered there. It's like highlighting it in a sort of cool way, I guess. And that's what with the new anchor position CSS. So that's pretty cool, super easy to do. And if you press the search button, it morphs sort of into the top bar again, and it expands and becomes a modal, which is pretty cool as well. What did that content say there? Is it a workshop tomorrow?
Yeah, some people are doing a workshop tomorrow.
Oh, seems interesting.
Yeah, we can learn how to test this stuff as well.
Awesome.
On site.
Come to our workshop tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. So all of these things very good for everyone, fun, and it makes users remember your interface, and it doesn't drain you too much. But
no JS in that example.
right, you want the code. All right, fine. It's super easy to make that example. You just have a button. You use the command attribute, and you say show modal, because that's the function there. And you point the command for attribute to the ID of the new dialog element. It's like 30 months now. But please use the dialog element. You don't need any JavaScript, and you can have this effect for free. And it handles focus. Spoilers, I guess. We're going to show that a little bit later. And yeah, you can use also to be able to press outside this modal to close it. There is an attribute now for that on the dialog element, which is called close by, and you set any as the value there.
You can use escape and press outside and so on.
Exactly. Super cool stuff. Yeah, so browser availability right now is super good, and it's progressively enhanced, right? So dialog, as I said, is more than 30 months now. So that means it's widely available. And yeah, so if you don't press, if you want some more, so command for and the command attributes, you could sort of polyfill them. It's like 2 lines of code, basically. Like if you don't have, we can show that example after, I guess, so we don't go into details too much. But basically, you check if the browser you use supports that, or else you just do dialog.show modal, basically. Super easy. Then you need like very little JavaScript. But yeah, thank you.
And no one loves high maintenance. So getting rid of a lot of JavaScript, you don't need the same build time. So you can decrease the build time. And less maintenance. So the maintenance nightmare of all of the framework dependencies, and you know it. You can just get rid of most of that using native elements instead of trying to build the wheel again. And not using JavaScript where it's not needed.
Yeah, sounds good to me. But what is love if we can't respect one another, right? Just as Aretha Franklin said.
Yep.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T.
I'm not going to sing today.
Maybe afterwards, after a couple of beers.
Yep, karaoke tonight, maybe.
Karaoke tonight.
We know the song. But some people like it fast and others like it slow.
Yeah, so let's take the amusement park as an example. Someone wants to ride a roller coaster, right? Someone wants to take chill time in the love tunnel. Or someone wants to sit still, look at the view on a bench, maybe. And this is like the reality of diversity, right? Everyone wants what they think is good for them, or how they feel like. And we should respect that. So that comes to when it comes to user interfaces as well. So yeah, should we just show an example maybe?
Yeah, let's do it. So we have a motion demo here. We're going to explain it as good as we can, but please ask questions if you don't understand it. So it first checks for the system value. So if I have set reduced motion in my system settings, and it's quite easy to do that through the control panel and the shortcuts. So you can press reduce motion. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to destroy everything. But yeah. Let me show the first example then.
Sure. So like if a user doesn't have any reduced motion on their device, they're going to get all the motion. So can we see an example of that? Can I see it? Yeah, you show it, right? So it animates up and a little bit more whimsical, right? A little bit of animation, which is fun, right? But some people, as I said, don't want too much motion, so they want to reduce it. But reduced motion doesn't mean no motion. So we could still be a little bit more joyful and delightful for people with reduced motion too. So if you have that on, it will fade in instead when you're opening up or closing the modals. And that's totally fine. So sometimes you can see code examples of everyone turning off transitions, animations for users with reduced motion. But it's not, you know, reduced motion all or none or whatever. It's just reduce motion, right? So it's okay to fade in things. But as I said, there are no setting for reduce motion, none, or remove all motion in user preferences. So it could be a case for allowing that option on your website to have a radio button or an option just to turn it off. And then, you know, when you press a modal, it just appears instead of fading in. And just
see if our demo actually.
Did the demo fail?
Of course, it's a live demo.
Of course.
Oh yeah, it's me demo fail.
Yeah, per usual. Anyway, yeah, exactly. And this is also good for to code in all these three things, because a lot of users nowadays I've seen using e-ink. So for, you know, book readers, things like that are getting more popular. And some, for some reason, also browse the web on these devices, which I don't really understand. But sure, if you have the device and you're looking for something, why not? And therefore, you could make sure that things are not animating, because if things are animating on an e-ink screen, it will be laggy AF.
Yeah, it's super slow, and it leaves like residue from the component behind, and it's just
So let's get technical, I guess.
Yep.
And explain how this is done. Do you wanna?
Yep,
go for it?
I can go for it. So the basic one is that you add the motion to the this dialogue element. So you put scale in for the animation.
Yeah, and this code is super abbreviated. Of course, we need to do a little bit more, but for sake of a demo or explaining it, it's just this.
Yeah, there's a lot more in the code pen that you can view as well. And if you want reduced motion, you just add the @media prefers reduced motion, and you check for if it's set to reduce. And then you add the fade-in animation instead.
Yeah, exactly. You have created two animations with keyframes, maybe in this case, and one with motion and one with just a fade-in. And now we load in the fade-in animation.
And then we have the no motion.
Yeah, since there are no preference thing for that, we can probably set that in the, by a setting and with JavaScript, or in some way set it on the HTML element. See if someone have this option on, and then we show no motion. We turn everything off there. How do we do that?
Yeah, animation none, scale 1, and no transition and no translation as well. No translate.
And we sort of need to do this also for e-ink devices, as I mentioned. And there is a media query for this, so you can check for if the display is slow or not. So basically, if it's 30 FPS or down, I think the spec says, and then this CSS kicks in, and you say the same CSS there.
Yes, and it's @media update slow.
Oh yeah.
And it's the same thing as no motion, really, but it's specifically for those types of devices. So it makes it a bit more joyful to browse the web on an e-ink tablet, like Kobo or Kindle
or
and so on.
Books is popular now. Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Key to my heart. This one is exciting, right?
Yeah, it's one of our key parts, I guess. So let's focus on how to handle keyboard and switch. So these are alternative navigation devices, as some people call them. And it's super important to respect the user's choice of navigation device, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, keyboard and switch. What should we think about when we design our interfaces so they can work for users that want to navigate by these devices or have to use it by these devices?
I mean, just to explain, if you don't know what a switch device is, it's like one button, or you can have like hundreds of buttons if you have a advanced system. And you assign the button different things like choose, click, go back, and so on. So it depends on how many buttons you have. And it kind of loops through the whole application or website, and you can like kind of tab automatically or have a crosshair that becomes the click action. So it's super important both for keyboard and for switch devices and for a lot of other assistive technology to know where am I. So focus is key. Elements must be focusable, so no div on click thingies. You need to keep an logical order.
For sure.
Need to be able to see where you are, so you need to see the focus. And you have to also handle focus upon action, and we're going to show an example of that in a while. And it's also important that you don't have to have a boring styling. You can make it brand color, you can make it beautiful and at the same time accessible. Yes, exactly.
We didn't bring it to this example, but I've seen examples where like focus rings are following or like flying to the next thing if you want to. And again, you should respect motion, so if someone don't want motion, then don't have it. But for some people, that could be a fun thing to do or have, and maybe even easier to understand where does focus move. You should have brought that demo. We can check it out in the lunch break.
So let's look at an actual example. So focus management in search. And now I'm going to use the tab key, and you can see the animation as well when I use tab, and you have the black outline with a bit of a distance to the element as well as a focus ring. So I am at the search button, press enter, and I'm automatically put into the search field in this example. And the search field is also highlighted with the focus, and you have the cursor blinking.
Yeah, and you can maybe type a little bit there if you want to, and then you can press escape key. And a lot of both people that I've seen that auditing websites and developers as well don't know if you're using the input type search, you automatically get a little X when you can press to clear everything. That a lot of people know about that one, but they don't know that you can use the escape key. And you get that for free in browsers, and that also clears the input. So I've seen a lot of people failing because the X is not focusable, but that's by purpose. So when you press tab, you don't get to the X because it's designed in that way for browsers that you should press the escape key, and that also clears the input there. So that's a cool little thing for if you didn't know that.
So now I press the escape, it cleared, and if I press escape again, it closes.
And focus moves back to the button that opened it.
Exactly.
Amazing. And again, no JavaScript there, but...
And the same thing if I use the close button, of course.
Yeah. Oh, and interesting workshop on that website.
Yeah.
And you should come to that workshop again if you want to know more about switch devices, because we're going to teach you how to use a switch and show you more of what it is. Shameless plug.
All right. Size matters. It's important.
Exactly. So, so let's take a look at an interface here. What sort of interface do we see, Eric?
This is a song list in Spotify. So it shows a lot of songs, and the top one is How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees.
Yeah, and some users maybe want to have a little bit larger text. So if you go into your settings in your devices, you can get, if the user interface respects you, then it also increases the font size. And in this
case, it says, how deep is your...
truncated. ...
...
Yeah, in this case, it will move, so it didn't show in this screenshot, but yeah, it's sort of a mark Q effect there, so you can read it. So the nice thing here, I guess, is that it actually respects the user, and the text gets larger. And this is illustrated here by a lady that shows her husband how to pinch to zoom, obviously. That's what they're showing. So yeah, size matters. No?
And when it doesn't work, this lady tried to book a paddle session in the booking app, and she uses increased font size on her device. So this is a mobile phone she's holding. And while doing that, the heading for the actual name of the place becomes Paddle United truncated ... So it doesn't show the full name of the location. And she actually booked, thought it was the right one, but ended up coming to the location and couldn't play paddle.
Yeah, so boo for truncation. It can really mess you up. And here's a fun example that you had.
Yes, this is on my phone, and it's the booking.com app. And when you increase the text size, the label is boo.
Kind of funny.
And we have some example here as well, how you can solve when you actually resize text.
Right, so this is in an app, of course. But yeah, we're showing Apple Stocks app, where they've solved it like there are multiple columns from the beginning, right? But if the user increase text size, you now have one column. And that's, you know, in the web world, we call it responsive design. I guess you can call it that in the app world as well, but we see it less in apps. So we get a lot of questions about this all the time. And this is a good example, I think, of how to be mindful of the design, even for users who have increased font size to over 200% or 400%.
Yeah, and you can stack it instead of putting it side by side.
Yeah.
And we have one example of this.
Yeah, so on a website, right? We have a...
Yes.
How can you do it there?
So in this website, I am going to increase the font size. And we have in the top, we have the logo, which says Samhallportalen. And then we have 3 links, like the menu, so to speak, navigation. And then we have on the right-hand side a search field. We're going to see what happens when we increase font size. So I'm up on 150% now, 170, and at 200, the search field shifts down to be below the logo and navigation. And increasing some more. At 300%, the navigation and logo takes full space, so they're stacked on top of each other. And if we go up to 500%, or is it even more? Let's see. Maybe I need to cheat here a bit and decrease the window size. Yes. So almost. And the navigation items stack as well.
Right. And some of you may think like, okay, why don't you put that in a hamburger menu? Well, that's sort of cheating and also not so good for users. Because we tried this website with a lot of their users at Samhall, which have a lot of people with cognitive disabilities. And we noticed that they couldn't find the different navigation options if they were hidden, sort of, in a drawer, you know, a hamburger menu. So if everything can be seen at the same time, that's better than hiding it for the sake of styling. Because I think this is sort of beautiful still, and show everything. And it stacks and it's responsive. Yeah, so that's how we respect users on our website. But if you are using a mobile device, maybe you didn't know this, but if you change your text size in user preferences, it does not work on like website. It doesn't take effect. So the user need to go into another setting to you know, like increase the website instead, and the font size there, or pinch to zoom or something like that. But wouldn't it be nice if the website also listen to the user's preferences for their text size settings. So there is a way. So on iOS, you can basically, it's good to detect if the user have an iOS device, right? Because you don't want this on all devices, because that will screw it up a little bit. I'm not going to go into details too much there. But basically, if you detect that the user have an iOS device, you set the font size on the HTML element for like Apple body, basically, it's called. And then it listens to the user's interface or user settings there. And then you can choose your own sort of font family on the body element instead of on the HTML element. And that should work fine.
And for Android, and this is still experimental mode. It's in Chrome Canary at the moment. You set a meta tag that's text scale and content set to scale to be able to work. We wished it would just work out of the box, but someone thought that, oh, a lot of websites would be broken, but they're broken anyways without this working. So.
And if you're interested more about this one, there's going to be a whole talk on CSS Day next month in Amsterdam.
Yeah, by Josh, right? let's have that unsaid. All right, love all day and all night.
Of course. So some developers only think about light mode, or designers, but dark mode is also super important. Do you know why developers, actually I guess designers don't think about dark mode, but do you know why developers prefer dark mode? Because light attracts bugs. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Anyway,
that's so bad.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Yeah, so we have some examples when we have seen dark mode coming being more and more popular.
Yeah, and we also have that in Sweden on some banks. This is SBAB, like the state bank in Sweden, and they have quite clean light mode, but they also implemented their dark mode, which still looks nice and
respects users.
Yeah, respects the users. So even banks can be a bit more fun.
For sure.
So we're going to show one CodePen, and this is using progressive enhancement as well.
Sure.
What is that?
Yeah, okay, so first of all, you should always respect users' preferences in their settings. So if the user have dark mode on, it should automatically be dark on the website. But if you want to have an override there, that's okay to allow that to have it on your website. And yeah, so this is a progressively enhanced little switch. What does that mean? Should we go more into detail about that? Maybe. So it's basically just three radio buttons that says, system, light, and dark. So system still listens to the user's preferences on their operating system, but the user can override it by pressing a light mode or dark mode. And we have a fun little transition here. When you go into the different modes from light to dark and dark to light, animates a little bit. That's like 1, 2 JavaScript lines, because it's also using the view transition. So super easy there to have. But if the user don't have if the user have an older device that doesn't support view transition yet, it will just get the effect immediately. Also uses the anchor position there to highlight the different options, I guess. You can tab through them. You can use arrow keys. Everything is progressively enhanced. And if the user don't have JavaScript on at all and they want to send, it wouldn't automatically send this and put it in your, local storage or cookie or something like that. So if you don't have JavaScript, a button will be shown here. I guess we can show that later in the lunch break too. But then there will be a submit button as well. And it could send it to the server, and it would remember it afterwards.
And I'm not sure how we are on time so far, because we had a bit of delay, so my internal time is not working at all. So I think we're going to go through these code examples quite quickly.
All right.
So this is how to set up the colors and light mode.
Okay, I think we can maybe manage to do it low-key quick, I guess. So this is how I do it when I set up my colors. I first, on the root element, I guess, just define the different colors I have, both in light and dark. And since we already are on light mode, sort of, without any media query, I also sort of define, like, let's say text. I can define the text and say, okay, use the light color of text. I can do that here. And then if I go into the dark mode media query, I guess, then I set the text in and use that color that we already set up for dark text instead.
Yeah, and it checks also for the prefers color scheme if it's set, and also the switch where you make it manually. You can set a variable to data theme light, so you can force it really in the CSS.
Yeah, sure. And
this is example how you use the variables.
Exactly. So when you use it later, maybe on the body element, you can say that the color on text should just be you have defined those names there in variables. If you do you wanna talk about it, or is that good enough?
I think it's good enough, and you can see it in the code pen as well. So, what about Windows high contrast mode?
Right. So for those of you that don't know what that is, it's specific settings on Windows computers where the user can put in high contrast mode, which is not the same as increased contrast. That's something else. We can talk about that also in the lunch break. But Windows high contrast mode basically turns off all backgrounds and background images and have a set amount of, or like fixed, how would you call it? Like defined colors for different things. So like links have a specific color, backgrounds have colors, text have different colors, and buttons have their colors sort of already defined, and you can't really change them, sort of. But you can, but I will show you that later.
And here's an example where it actually fails. So on the left-hand side, we have like the light mode, there's images, but when you turn on the Windows high contrast mode, the images disappear. So this is quite a simple step to just check, does it work or not?
Yeah, here they did not respect the user.
And another example, buttons. You can see a large buy button put in the cart button, but in the dark mode, it just becomes the text. So it's really, really hard to spot, and you obviously want a good CTA button for people to buy your product.
Right. We didn't put this in the code that we're going to show you here, but in this example with the buy button, you could have just used the border, like 1px transparent, solid, and that would have fixed it, because when you're using transparent borders in Windows high contrast mode, they will be shown. So that's a good little tip. But if you have cards like these ones, where they are color coordinated, I guess, or the color means something, you could still style it, sort of, or like have it shown even in Windows high contrast mode. And the images are shown here compared to the other website, right? So how do we achieve this?
You check for forced colors active, and then you can change the different colors. If you adjust forced color adjust, none, and then you set like the border color as your alternative color. So you can have a nice feeling on your website.
And everything else that should look as the other things that is automatic, now you use those keywords that comes with Windows high contrast mode. So in this case, like the background uses canvas, which is one of those keywords. So now it follows all the other things.
And what about Apple Smart Invert? We're gonna
question.
What's the difference between the Windows contrast mode and the macOS high contrast mode?
Right. So that, as I said a little bit in the beginning, so Windows high contrast mode is not the same as increased contrast. So Mac OS doesn't have like a high contrast mode. It has also increased contrast, and those two basically mean that the user wants more contrast on their apps, sort of, and they don't change things automatically. Nothing really happens, but you can at least get an indication as a developer that this user that has turned on increased contrast want more contrast. So basically, super quickly, I guess, how I think about it is like all interfaces should have a good contrast, even if the user doesn't have increased contrast on, right? So at least 4.5 to 1 color contrast on everything basically. But if the user, my thinking is, so if the user have increased contrast, they want even more contrast. So maybe go to like WCAG AAA, which is 7 to 1 in color contrast. So that's what I do. So if the user have that setting on, I increase contrast to AAA, sort of. Yeah. But one other thing that are on Mac computers is something called Smart Invert. And what is that? It's basically, instead of inverting everything, which just inverts everything.
Images, the picture element, SVG, and a video, as in the example on the screen.
Yeah.
So everything is inverted with invert.
That's true. Exactly. So everything is inverted, which the user may not want, because they want to see the image in its original form. You may want to invert things because it's difficult to see, because they didn't maybe have a dark mode, so the user prefers to have it inverted. But they still want the images in its original form, and videos as well, and probably the SVG elements.
And it could be like a t-shirt shop. You want to see the color of the t-shirt, not inverted, because doesn't make sense. Exactly. And if you add a smart invert, then
exactly. So smart invert, then as we said a little bit there, it is smart, so it doesn't invert those things, so images, videos, but it does invert SVGs and everything else. So there is a way to control this a little bit more, if you didn't know, but only in Safari. But that's sort of okay, kind of, because this is only on Apple devices, and I guess a lot of Apple users, uses Safari anyway. But it's good to know this is only for Safari users, but it's still a bonus to edit, I think. It doesn't hurt. Progressively enhanced, I guess.
And we check for inverted colors set to inverted, and you can also have a fail-safe with the data invert or data no invert, so you can choose if some images should or should not invert. And you set the filter invert to 1 or 0 for on and off.
Yeah.
Right. No matter who and how you love.
Right. Everyone should be able to love, and we absolutely want to embrace that, and diversity is key, right? So no matter, if you're gay, you're straight, inside, outside, everyone should love, right? So no matter orientation is what I want to say about that. So let's talk a little bit about orientation.
Yeah, and we have different steps in how you can solve orientation. This example has LinkedIn in a portrait mode, and some apps, some websites as well, restrict landscape mode. But you can turn it on, and you can make it work without doing a lot of design changes, as step number 1. So you can have space on left and right of the content, and keep kind of the similar layout as the portrait mode.
That's pretty cool. So without doing anything, basically, you just have landscape mode automatically.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And step 2. So we have Spotify in portrait mode here.
On an Android device.
And on an Android device, because it doesn't work in iOS.
Not yet.
So you can advance and make use of the full space, and you can put the menu and the little mini player on the left-hand side, because you have more space now. You can make it larger and
use all the space that you have on landscape.
And this is just simple changes you can do. And you should avoid sticky.
Yeah, so sometimes on websites or apps, you have sticky content like a menu or search or like chat bubbles and whatnot. And they might work okay in vertical mode because you don't have limited space there. But if you're going to landscape, you're a little bit more limited now in height, right? So the user might not be able to see the content if things are sticky.
Yeah.
So that's not good.
And you might have like a chatbot, you might have search, and you might have a menu and everything just stacked, and you have a small window of space. And it doesn't help either when you have a search and the on-screen keyboard comes up. And you don't even see the search field anymore. So there's different importance in that.
Yeah, so test your interfaces in landscape and respect the user who wants to use your app or website in any orientation that they feel like. And yeah, so that was sticky.
Yep.
Maybe we shouldn't be that sticky. Maybe we should get out of here.
I think so.
Okay, that was everything.
We're done.
From us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you plan to have Q&A, but
how are we on time?
Your questions would be between us and lunch break. So who of you has questions? No.
Who's destroying lunch?
So,
questions are okay, of course.
Any questions in the room? Really, really important questions? Okay. These two lovely guys are around the whole day and the whole day tomorrow.
Yes.
Come to our workshop.
There is a workshop.
Did we mention it?
You already heard that. So if you don't have a workshop yet, you can always go there. Otherwise, thanks a lot. Please grab them, for example, in the lunch break or at some other sessions later on, and ask them questions, whatever.
Yes.
Thanks again to both of you. We've got lunch break now until 1:30, so almost a bit more than an hour. There is snacks in the cafeteria. Please grab yours. Have some nice chats. Please go to Stefan, who is now doing interviews just around the corner here when you leave. Please do not go there all at once. You can go there and answer some questions in the lunch break. Have a nice interview there. And I would like to remember you of the group photo we would like to take, which should be like 10 minutes before lunch break is over, in the yard on the big stairs there, in the sun, if you want. Okay, so have a nice lunch break. Thanks again. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That is maybe Out of menu. Out of menu bar clickable main navigation landmark menu bar menu button collapse sub menu community menu. Out of menu bar clickable main navigation landmark menu bar menu button collapse sub menu community menu.
Das kannst du in die Hosentasche stecken, wenn du möchtest. Kannst hinten, vorne, wie du möchtest. Jetzt ist hier so ein bisschen Kabelsalat. Moment.
Okay. Ja.
So. Und jetzt hast du hier, ich gebe dir das mal in die Hand.
Ja.
Das ist die linke Seite und auf der rechten Seite, das kannst du jetzt von hinten über den Kopf setzen. Ja, genau. Du hast beide Hände dazu wahrscheinlich.
Ja, sorry, ich habe mal einfach.
Andersrum. So, genau. Und es kommt von hinten an. Warte, darf ich dir? Nee, jetzt hast du es genau auf der Stirn. Augenblick. Darf ich dir mal.
So, oder?
Jetzt hast du es einmal noch drehen. So.
Bitte, dann vielleicht.
So. Genau. Jetzt setzt es dir hier und jetzt
auf
der anderen Seite auch übers Ohr und dann hast du ein Mikrofon. Jetzt tust du dir so nah wie möglich in den Mund hinein. Es kommt oben, nee, das ist so ein Bügel.
Ja, bitte.
So.
Danke dir. Und das hier.
Auf der anderen Seite.
So.
Genau. Jetzt hast du so einen Arm, der geht vor deinen Mund, den kannst du dir gerne noch am Mund hin.
Ah, das, okay, ja. Und die Maske ist auch kein Problem. Okay, cool.
Ich weiß nicht, ob man dich jetzt hört.
Im Internet oder hier im Saal?
Beides müsste.
Nein, nicht, dass ich wüsste. Oh.
Doch.
Ja? Oh, okay.
Ja, okay.
Es geht schon irgendwie.
Do you hear Pavel up there on the loudspeakers?
I think it's quite soft, no?
Du müsstest dich vielleicht noch ein bisschen näher an den Mund hinbiegen.
So? Yeah, but but it will. Soll ich das? Oh! If I put it inside like this, it should be fine.
Yeah, okay. So give me a second. You should be on screen now. Hello and welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you enjoyed your snacks and your drinks and whatever, and I hope you're not too tired for a presentation which I believe could be one of the most interesting, if not the most interesting one we can hear today. This is Pavel, and Pavel has brought us some serious insights about accessibility, screen reader internals, something, and I'm really curious to see what he's talking about. Pavel, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Yeah, very warm welcome to you. Hello, and thank you so much for accepting my talk and inviting me, and also for everyone for coming here. Welcome. My name is Pavel Masarczyk, and I'm the digital accessibility and experience expert at Winfluss, web development and accessibility consultancy company in Vienna, as the name might suggest. So welcome. So what my role entails is actually testing of websites, documents, and apps for our customers, leading trainings to raise awareness and teach development teams on how to develop accessible user experiences, and taking part in conferences like this. So I'm very happy to be here, and my talk is entitled Heading Level Million. Has anyone ever gone to such a level? No? I don't think it's even HTML specification accepted, but we can. No. We could try. But what do I actually mean by that? Well, let's come and find out, shall we? So, do you remember the first rule of ARIA? Don't use ARIA. Yes. It always got me confused when I started in accessibility, and I know a lot of people who are also confused by that. So I will refrain what it actually means. It's that no ARIA is better than bad ARIA. So of course it's there to be used, but in a very special circumstances. Why? Yes?
Second. We're just seeing a small version of your slide.
Mm-hmm.
Need to resize it.
I'll try.
It looks like an overview at the moment.
Ah, okay. Could you take a look with the mouse if it's possible to enlarge it?
Yes,
oh, great. Thank you. Yeah, and why is it so important? First of all, because native HTML is always better, but we don't live in a perfect world, and the systems are so complex that we can't always go for the simplest solution. But even if we use it in good faith, a lot of things may go wrong. So we may use controls not exactly with the intent they were designed with, so buttons instead of links, and some different states like pressed, checked, expanded in places where they are not really fit for the purpose. We might hide things by mistake, so we already seen this. We've seen websites with the body element with ARIA hidden on it. It's joy to use. I mean, it's not usable at all, but yeah. And we have also seen, and we will see in a moment, we can stack up so much semantic on top of each other that it will actually create a very confusing experience. Before I proceed, I would like to acknowledge that we live in times in which we cannot enjoy universal peace in the world. If you are affected by one of these events, my thoughts are with you. The following slide contains a term that is coined by the blindness community that references military jargon. If this hits quite close to home, I encourage you to take care of yourself and step out for just half a minute, maybe up to a minute. I swear it will be very quick, and this slide is not essential to understanding the rest of the presentation. My apologies for ruining the show. Am I free to proceed? Okay. So, yeah, why isn't it a good idea to use ARIA all over the place sometimes? Because I will maybe play a clip of what might happen when we use too much ARIA. Of course. Just a second, something is gone. Yeah. I quickly play the clip. Feel free to come after the presentation and tell me your best guess as to what markup was actually involved in creating this unbelievable user experience. This is actually something a friend shared over social media. It came from an actual website. And this is why the community, because it happens more times than we thought it might, called it the NVDA bomb. This is precisely because NVDA, confronted with this much semantic markup, spits it all out at once. And we have to endure that until it's over. And the discussion on social media regarding the ways in which blind users actually cope with this kind of phenomenon inspired me to give this talk. So how can we prevent this? Of course, we can design every control with purpose, so every control counts. Make sure that if you design a control and a state for it, it actually does what it promises, and try your best not to stack up containers within containers within containers, because this is what actually might happen if you do. Also, test with users. I know sometimes the budget doesn't allow it, but if possible, please test with users, because at the end of the day, you're building it for the users. And use ARIA sparingly, because, yeah, it has to be done with purpose. So how do actually screen readers deal with this? Because I was talking about NVDA, but it's not just NVDA that we use. So VoiceOver, for instance, tries to prioritize and tell you the most important thing at the beginning and the less important at the end. Well, in theory, it's a good idea. In practice, what I sometimes hear is that there is a checkbox. It's nested within the main landmark that is called, not main, but like a region section, that is called something. It has an accessible name. There might be some other factors at play, some other semantics, and way at the end, it will tell me that the checkbox is actually checked. What JOS does is that every single container, so JOS has this virtual mode in which every single control is dumped out as a separate line. So whenever I press the down arrow key, it will read list beginning, then the items, list end. It means that it's it's tidier than the NVDA experience, but it nevertheless is a lot of speech at once and a lot of down, 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 down key presses. So what do users do to rearrange this experience into something more pleasant? Well, that's where we get to the topic of my today's presentation. There is no heading level million, but there are million ways of presenting a heading. And one piece of advice you will consistently hear is don't include the types of controls in the accessible name. So don't say an image of in the alt text, don't say navigation if you create a nav, and so on and so on. I would like to rephrase it slightly, because it's not always that the screen reader says something. There are other ways in which the semantics can be conveyed. There is sound, there is modified properties of speech, there is Braille, and, well, there might be some other modalities in the future, vibration, for instance, so tactile feedback, and who knows what else we invent. The beauty of semantics and the beauty of standards is that it's a universal thing that any assistive technology can interpret any way it wants. So we can invent some future modalities of expressing the semantic structure. Here we go. The first example are earcons. Earcons, which is a blend between the words ear and icons. And these are tiny sounds that can notify us about different things. In this case, we can replace the announcements of heading, link, list, checked, unchecked, expanded, collapsed with actual sounds. This is quite interesting because it's a passive way of absorbing information, which means that at the same time as my TTS is reading out the accessible name, I already hear the sound of the heading or another control, which means that I can intake two pieces of information at once. It's quite convenient. The downside of that is that I have to learn it because it's not always familiar. I also have to configure it myself, which is also why you probably never heard of it, because not many blind users use it as the main modality. It requires manual configuration and enabling, because it's not enabled by default, and not every screen reader supports it. There are ready-made profiles. For instance, JAWS has this feature called speech and sound and speech schemes. And if you enable that, there are already some preset settings that you can use for that. And in NVDA, there is a third-party, or there are multiple third-party add-ons that you can enable to use this feature. There is a plan to integrate it into the NVDA core, but as far as I remember the conversation, the last person who declared themselves ready to do it couldn't have completed it for personal reasons, so the ticket is still open. Any takers, feel free to open a pull request. Another good thing about earcons is that you can place them in a stereo spectrum field, which means that some can sound more on the left, others on the right. You can use it to create a 3D map of where the elements are placed on the screen, or even to signal different things by playing the same sound on the left or on the right, or more in the back, in the front. It's very fun to play with. There is also the fact that you have to come up also with sounds that are familiar, so you will have to learn them so you can recognize the controls reliably. It's another challenge that users might have. There are some parts of it that are implemented by default. So for instance, if you've ever used TalkBack on an Android smartphone, you will probably recognize that there is a different sound for a focusable versus non-focusable element. There are sounds for links, and many screen readers actually offer an earcon for capital letters, so the TTS doesn't have to say capital letter every time. I will switch over now to an example that I have of sounds used in action. So the question is, can you recognize, do you know this website by heart already? And can you tell me which controls were involved in this readout? It's a piece of a website. It's a recording of me navigating a website with JAWS. Any guesses? Okay. Which one was the links? No. Did you recognize the pattern? There were some piano notes going from C to C. Pa, 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 pa. Each one is for each level consequentially. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a pattern you can apply because JAWS offers the sounds of a piano by default. So I assigned each sequential note as they raise in the scale to the following heading level. And this is a pattern that it's recognizable. I know that there are many blind people who are pitch perfect, so they actually recognize this by heart. And they can use it instead of hearing heading level 1 every single time, which is quite nice. Yeah, another layer of that are modified speech properties, which means that you can use your voice as usual, but you can adjust its loudness or pitch or rate. So for certain elements, it will speak faster or louder. This is interesting because you already know the voice of your speech synthesizer, but you have to learn, and maybe it's for some more intuitive to learn that the TTS reacts to something with speaking something faster than actually learning a bunch of sounds. However, the challenge here is that some of these changes might be very difficult to perceive, most of all for people with a hearing impairment. Again, you have to configure it by yourself, and it's often used for text parameters. So when a blind person is proofreading some text in Word, for example, and correcting it, they can use different speech patterns. For example, it will speak in a lower kind of voice for text that is written in bold. But you can also use it for controls just the same. And this is again passive, and is also implemented by default. For instance, in iOS, where you actually hear a lower pitch of voice when you delete characters, and also when you develop Swift apps, you can use attributed strings, so you can actually invent your own patterns for how the voice is used. It's very advanced. You can use for any part of text in your app, for any control, lower pitch, other volume, other language. You can even use the phonetic alphabet to define how different words should be pronounced. I think a great explanation of that comes from if you ever Googled for or looked for resources on development of mobile apps, one of the first names that come up, Dani Devesa Derksen Stats. He explains quite well very hidden APIs and not so much known facts about accessibility of iOS apps, and he devoted a whole chapter of his book to attributed strings. So I can recommend it because it's a fascinating thing, but it also should be used with care because users might be confused just the same. I'll explain a bit more in a moment. Again, second installment, you can try and guess which things we actually have in here. It's again semantics. Not that one. Where do we have the button? There we go. Yeah. Any guesses for that? Okay, I'll let it out. So the higher pitched voice is a link, and the lower pitches raising substantially are the headings. So the very low voice was actually heading level 1, and it might actually go up and up and up as the levels rise. So this is again something you can do with JAWS and other screen readers too. Yeah. So we might be wondering if this is being used and it can be configured, can we actually can we actually have a standard for this? And yes, there is a suggestion. Enter CSS speech. Currently W3C draft candidate proposal. So yes. Thank you. Yes, so this is a draft recommendation proposed by Leonie Watson, and the idea is to develop CSS for the ears. So developers should actually obtain a set of properties that are similar to the visual CSS properties to manipulate the properties of the assistive technology voice, and also to use sounds, which means that you can basically customize how I hear your website. It is an interesting idea. You can even see that the parameters are somehow familiar. So there is voice family, just like there is font family, and speak is actually synchronized with display. So if you set speak to auto, it follows the display. If I said if display is none, it won't be spoken, for example. It's actually based off an older standard that was already around since the 90s, early 2000, called oral style sheets, which was only ever implemented by Emacs. Emacs is the screen reading environment for Emacs, and Emacs, for those who don't know, is a text editor, a Unix text editor, which by now has become an operating system by itself, because there can be anything run inside of Emacs. An internet browser, email client, everything really. I'm sorry, there is no presentation for that. I swear I tried to get it running, but I failed. But I tried also there in the reference links for this presentation. I hope to publish it at some point. There will be links to blog posts by Leonie Watson where there is a recording of how it's supposed to work. So I'll be able to present that. And the idea behind it is so that companies and vendors of websites can create personalized CSS experience using the voice. So like to give the website a voice in a literary sense. It's an interesting idea. However, the problem is that the community, and I had a very informal poll on Mastodon about this, they'd rather have nobody touch their settings. So sound and speech settings are so personal to everyone that touching them by developers might create even more confusion. First of all, it would be difficult to find the fitting sounds which everyone would recognize for common actions. We could open the whole can of worms, which is called sonification and branding sonification. I love these discussions, so again, feel free to come over if you'd like to chat. But it's difficult to find a sound that will signify an action and every user will recognize it. And again, with speech, there comes the danger that we might confuse users who will suddenly see their speech going a different way than they are used to. Leonie has responded to that, and from what I was able to gather, the CSS properties that are proposed are very relative. So for example, for volume we have very quiet, medium, high, and this means it's relative to the current settings that the user has, which means that it will also not be that sharp compared to what the users are supposed to be used to. Also, what I personally think might be a problem is that we already have enough of layers that the developers can be confused about. So for example, ARIA, as we mentioned, it creates a lot of turmoil already. So I think the CSS speech would add even more ideas on how to make the websites less usable than they could be. But it's an interesting concept, and yes, it's definitely interesting to dig into that and to think how maybe it could be improved. Also, yeah, I'm the user who likes sounds and different things sounding differently. So maybe that's why. What about Braille though? I have a Braille display here, and Braille displays, they do show you things, but not exactly verbatim as they are spoken. So what we, for example, have is that the Braille display will show button as BTN and headings as H1, which means that it's already a different representation than this given in speech. And this can be personalized. For example, JAWS allows you to customize these readouts. Also, this is why ARIA attributes such as ARIA role description and ARIA Braille role and ARIA Braille description were invented, so that custom roles can be also represented in a briefer way by Braille than compared to what they are represented as speech. And on the screen you can actually see there is a screenshot from, I don't know if you knew, NVDA has a Braille viewer, I think JAWS has also one, which is a bit like the speech viewer, except what is being shown is side by side the speech, so what NVDA is speaking and then how it's represented in Braille using the current Braille table. So if you don't have a Braille display and you want to simulate it, you can use, it's also in the tools menu, and you can look at the Braille. And now we can get to the fun stuff. So I have to yeah. This is the website of our event with all the conferences there. So let's see how NVDA sounds when we actually switch it. Yeah, it clicks for every dot and it makes beeps for headings. The beeps also raise in pitch, so there are different levels. Let's see if we can find some sessions. Wow, we have an accordion! And it even opens! That's an old Viennese accordion, but the thing in the picture is actually a Styrian mouth harmonica, which I couldn't find sounds for, so it's not here. But as you can see, we can make accordions actually sound like accordions. So this is another great thing about this kind of system. So now let's try for some headings. Yeah, H3. So also we can abbreviate. If heading level 3 sounds way too long, we can actually abbreviate it to H3. A lot of power users know what H means in this case, so they are much more comfortable with hearing just that. And also this is how it's output in Braille. Yeah, and the last thing before I wrap this up, I have something on my desk here, which maybe you noticed, maybe not, but it's also shown on the screen. This is a 3D printed out screenshot of an app that I was testing. And on this printout, you can actually see the icons and the headings and the text as tactile things that I can touch with my fingers. This is interesting because as an accessibility tester, I often talk to my colleagues in the team, and we talk about contrasts and text spacing and things like material design, liquid glass. And I have no idea what all of that means because I'm blind since birth, and it means I've never had the chance to see it. So I asked a friend of mine at our hackerspace in Vienna to take a photo of a screenshot of an app that I know very well, and he printed it out for me as a tactile 3D printout. So I can feel the icons. For example, the long snaky-like things are the actual text. This is a search results page of a job hunting app, so there are job offers here. And the snaky long things are the text, and the things to the right, they even look like tiny stars to me, are the favorite icon, which for me, as a voiceover user, is just a rotor action of add to favorites. I've never seen this before, so it's quite exciting, because I never knew how big the icons are compared to the text, and also I've never known how long the texts are, so how much effort you have to put into everything fitting on one screen. So this is also something I can show you if you come over, if you're interested. If there are any blind or people in the room who enjoy tactile graphics, feel free to reach over to the desk and I'll be happy to show you. And yeah, here are some links. When I publish the presentation, it will be definitely possible to look into that. Everything I mentioned here is here. Also, what I will also include, it's not here yet, is a presentation by a fellow Polish blind programmer called Arkadiusz Świętnicki. He delivered it at Pragma conference in Italy. This is an Apple developers conference about a similar topic, so how he uses this sonific and speech dependent workflow for programming. One spoiler alert, he managed to run Emacs. I don't think he left it really. He's all the time in that environment, and if you are interested in that perspective, it's also a great talk which also inspired me to give this one. And also I will enclose the link to some more examples of NVDA reading a lot of semantic at once. Here are my contact details. If you'd like to reach out to me after the conference, there is my Mastodon, there is my LinkedIn, there is our Winfus website and my email. Also, this is my first time delivering a presentation that I wrote myself in Markdown, and I deliver it from my internet browser. It was a very interesting experience. As a fully blind person, I find it much easier to manage than a classical presentation. And if you have any questions about that or have any feedback, how I could improve it, feel free also to come over and talk to me about this. Thank you so much, and I'm open for questions if we still have got time.
Are there any questions? Okay, Mario, give me a second.
Thank you. Thank you for this great presentation. Super interesting. And as a designer, I am a bit curious about your opinion on the voice of screen readers in general, because as someone who also tried to teach other sighted people to use screen reader, I always get the feedback that they have a really hard time to go along with the robotic and synthetic nature of the voice. And I wonder, what is your point of view on this?
Thank you for the question. It's a very curious one. So I'm very much biased because I'm a blind user of this technology since early 2000s, and at that time the robotic voices were perhaps not the only ones available, but the fastest to work with. The thing is that it used to be like this. The more robotic or the more retro the voice, the less resource intensive it was, the faster it worked, the more responsive it was. And a lot of blind users choose responsiveness over clarity and beautiful sounding voices. This means that we are used to hearing something like eSpeak, if you know that very robotic voice. And the typical voice that I use goes at around 200 words a minute. And also it sounds like 1996 because it was developed in 1996. So that's what I'm using. A lot of people, so the recordings that you heard here, that was the eloquence voice, which in the Western world is very much used by a lot of blind people who started with computers in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. But there is also a shift towards more natural sounding voices. The one I was using here right now is the Microsoft voice. The built-in, I don't use it myself. I prefer the more robotic voices. But definitely it's the next generation of the more human sounding voices. And these are also in wide usage, especially by younger users. Now we can think how it's going to develop with AI. There are some locally run models for pretty natural sounding voices based on language models and like voice cloning models. However, the responsiveness is not there yet to make it a daily driver for using my internet all the time. For reading books, perhaps yes, but not really for navigating the internet and carrying out a lot of operations quickly. I hope it answered your question.
Any other questions?
wants to. Pavel, I know I've asked you this before, but CSS speech is, I think, one of the selling points that Leonie especially made is that it should have the ability for users to disable it. You know, that like they can disable styles and apply their own user styles. And that's also the feedback that I've seen a lot when this spec made its round a few years back, as a main argument in favor of it, because you can disable it as opposed to other suggestions or proposed specifications around pronunciation, for example. And I wonder, have you come across feedback from sighted screen reader users who are exploring this technology because, say they use it to enhance, a dyslexic support tool or, other means of visually and orally aiding a user? That's my question.
No, I actually haven't heard from that many users of speech-based assistive technology who would be cited. But it's a very good point, because this is also the point that Leonie makes, that we are not just limited to screen readers, and CSS speech might be very much useful to people who, for example, use the reader mode in the browser, which also allows us on most platforms right now to play back the body of the website or the article by means of a text-to-speech synthesizer, text-to-speech system. So yeah, perhaps this could enhance the experience for this target group too. It's difficult to discern. As I said, I haven't heard from that many users. I always thought that blind people are the masters of using sounds for everything that's possible. But also the community is very divided here. Not everyone likes that, actually. So it's possible. We would have to explore it.
Thank you. Any more questions? Give me a second.
Hello. So I hope I'm not out of the topic, but so now the most hot topic is about AI. So I attend some workshops today, and the topic of AI is so attractive to all of us. So as a screen reader user, so what's your opinions about the developing of AI? And then would you think that in the future there are more and more code are written or the help be written by AI, so you would enjoy a more accessible browsing experience, or you have other experience? So anything about your prediction or your sharing about AI, how it affected the screen reader users, and I would be interested to know more about it.
Wow, it's a very loaded question, because the AI technology brings, at least gathering from the community and partly also from my own experience, a lot of hope, and a lot of people put a lot of faith into what it's going to bring. I was never good at predicting the future, and my estimates were quite often wrong, so I don't think I have the courage to do it like this. But what I can say what we have right now, and right now, on one hand, the issue that we're seeing is that AI learns from a lot of examples like we heard in the first recording, so from ARIA stacked up all over the place. And I think this is even the generic advice given when you ask an average language model about how to make accessible websites. It will happily tell you use ARIA everywhere. And we see a lot of effects of that. So websites, models that were trained on bad code will produce bad code, and then they will be retrained on even worse code that they themselves produced. So it's going in that spiral, unless I'm missing something, of course. But if the thing is also, if you tell a language model to produce a website by default without any guardrails for accessibility, it will actually produce a website that is not accessible. If you tell it to make it accessible without any source of truth, it will probably use a lot of ARIA. But what I'm also seeing on the other side is the tools that blind users are employing which are AI-based to make lives easier for themselves. So now we are seeing the rise of agentic AI, so agents that take over carrying out of tasks on our computers. And the solutions which are available right now are good for carrying out a single task. So they don't replace screen readers completely yet, but they rather help you when you get stuck. So imagine you are on a website, it's a airline website, and you want to book a ticket, and you are required to choose the seat that you would like to have assigned. You can't do it because the plan, the map of the places is visual, but if you tell an agent to click a certain place or to describe the plan, there is a chance it may be able to do it. So this is what the agents are used for right now, but it's very slow. It would be very slow to use it for every single thing. So if the website is completely unusable, I could get there, but it would take so much time. But we don't know what the future is going to bring. Maybe in the future we'll be interacting with user flows such as shopping or booking your tickets via agents completely, not just blind users or users with disabilities of any kind, but basically everyone. We'll be just giving the order to an agent to complete the booking for us, and the agent will do it. So if that's the case, of course, I mean, we'll skip the whole process of going into the browser, opening a website which might be accessible or it might not be accessible, and completing the task. But again, I'm not the best at predicting the future, so technology has surprised me so many times over the last years that I'll rather wait and see in which direction it develops. I hope it answered your question.
Thank you, Pavel. Okay, I would take one more final question if you want, if you have one. Daniel.
Hi, Daniel here.
Do you use an iOS device? iPhone?
Do I use?
Yes, yes.
Do I use what?
iPhone.
Yes, I do.
Yes. What do you think of, so if you're using VoiceOver and you come along a diagram or a graph, you can use sound to like listen for the different peaks, like the highest peak and the lowest. Do you use that, or and how do you find that if you use it?
I find it an interesting feature, and honestly, I don't deal with that many apps that show graphs yet. But I think playing the whole sonific. So just to explain, iPhone, as far as I know it, has two modes. So the first one is you can have VoiceOver play the entirety of a diagram by sound, which means it will go from the lower values across the whole diagram, indicating the values as it goes with a sound. So the sound will be rising, getting lower, rising, falling, rising, falling. Again, with this kind of playout, I can maybe get a rough idea how it looks like. So like, are there many places where it rises, but I'm not able to explore the values. Another thing I can do is double tap the screen and slide my finger left and right or up and down across the X and Y axis, and then hear the sound, but additionally also have the value read out. I guess this has the potential. My concern is just that I have an iPhone 13 mini. I like small phones, and this screen might be a bit too small to reliably get the full picture of a graph. I guess it's easier on a bigger iPhone screen or maybe even on an iPad.
Or landscape.
Yeah. But cool. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything super important in the room that you need to talk about now, or should you be able to grab Pavel later, because you will hang around the whole day, right?
Sure. Feel free to reach out with any questions.
Okay, so that was it. Thank you, Pavel, once again, also for the answers to the questions. Thank you for listening. We're going to have a quarter of an hour break and see you back again at 2:30 with Susie, who's already in the room. See you soon.
Yeah. Vielen lieben Dank. Ist das gut gelaufen?
Sehr, sehr gut. Und also fast auf die Minute pünktlich.
Wow.
Super gut. Danke. Würdest du mir den Empfänger aus deiner Hosentasche geben?
Natürlich.
sonst läufst du mir davon damit.
Ja, natürlich nicht.
Dankeschön.
Und ich fange langsam an.
Ja, kein Stress.
NVDA set2, HDMI Lautsprecher, Realtek.
Okay, so it's 2:30, and this is already the 4th slot. Could we switch on the microphone there? Give me a second. Okay. So, welcome to the 4th session. This is Susie. Susie is an accessibility consultant and auditor, and she's got a very hot topic for us, which is on the European norm, which is in effect with, at least in Germany, I don't know how it's in your country, for about 1 year for the public sector and for the economy. And we are curious about what's going on, because there's still an overhaul of this norm going on, and we are waiting for the new features, and this is what Susie's going to talk about. Welcome, Susie.
Hello, everyone. So thank you for being here today. So my name is Susie Chen. So I have been an accessibility consultant since 2023. So today we are going to talk about EN 301-549 version 4.1.0. So the draft of upcoming EU standards for ICT accessibility. I sincerely hope that by the end of this talk, so you will walk away knowing what has changed, why it matters, and exactly what you need to do differently when the updates arise. So a quick disclaimer, so I do mean quick. So I'm not a member of the ETSI committee. So, and nothing here is legal advice. Think of me as a friend, so who has already read the documents to save your time. That's all. Version 3.2.1, so it is the current EU harmonized version. And the draft of version 4.1.0, preparation of upcoming EU harmonized standard. Both are available on the ETSI website. So we will be focusing on version 4.1.0 today. And if you find my talk boring, so feel free to drop out and download them to read on your own. So never mind. Here's our roadmap for today. First, we will discuss why this update matters. Second, we will cover the structural changes. Third, we will review the technical updates. Finally, we will look at the strategic outlook. And if you have any questions, feel free to raise it at the end of our talk. Session 1. So let's start with the importance of the update. So what is EN 301-549? It is the harmonized standards for ICT accessibility. ICT stands for Information and Communication Technology. That covers websites, apps, documents, hardware, software, basically everything digital. So harmonized means that the standard has been officially recognized by the EU as aligned with a specified law. And it supports two major pieces of EU legislation. First, the Web Accessibility Directive, which covers public sector services, so government websites and apps. For example, if you want to fill out your taxes form in Germany, so via the ESTA website or app, so you will also find accessibility information waiting for you. Second, the European Accessibility Act, which covers the private sector services, banks, e-commerce, telecoms, e-books. If you work in private sector digital, the EAA is your new partner since last year. EN 301-549 provides a framework for structured accessibility evaluation. A major component of it directly incorporates the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG, for web and digital content. So when you are auditing a website or app against EN 301-549, you will largely auditing against WCAG. In version 3.2.1, the current version, that is WCAG 2.1 Level A and AA, In version 4.1.0, the one we are discussing today, that has been updated to WebCap 2.2 Level A and AA. I want to clear up something that may be a bit confusing. EN 301549 is not a law. WAD and EAA are laws. They are EU directives and legally binding on member status. EN 301549 is the technical standard. So think of it this way. The WAD defines what must be accessible. Let's say the government websites. The EAA also specifies what must be accessible within the private sector, such as your banking apps. Finally, EN 301549 provides the technical how, offering the specified list of requirements these websites and apps must meet to achieve compliance. You can't comply with WAD or EAA without understanding EN 301549. So they are two sides of the same coin. Because EN 301549 is a harmonious standard EU, and it defines the technical criteria that ICT products and services must meet to considered accessible. And when a version of EN 301549 is cited in the official journal of the European Union, the OJ, it creates a presumption of conformity. So what does it mean? Presumption of conformity means that if your products or services meet the standard, it is legally assumed to comply with EU law. So here's why the version number actually matters legally. Today we are working off the November 2025 draft of version 4.1.0. But keep an eye on these dates. So version 4.1.1, so it's expected on 2nd of July. And it hits the official journal on 23rd of October. And here's the timeline visually. So since March 2021, version 3.2.1 is published. So that's where we are right now, legally. So WebCap's 2.1 AA. It is the currently harmonized version. November 2025, version 4.1.0 was published as a draft. That's what this entire talk is based on. July 2026, version 4.1.1 is expected. This will be the polished, finalized version. October 2026, OJ citation is planned. Only this OJ cited version counts legally. So mark your calendars. So that's when the official go signal from the EU officially kicks in. And of course, so this date is subject to change if the schedule shifts. But with only 6 months until the citation, so the clock is officially clicking for our audit preparations. And a quick takeaways from session 1. So what we say, we need to comply with WAD or EAA. What we actually mean is that we need to audit against EN 301549. The law sets the goal, but the standard provides the yardstick. Section 2, structural changes. Version 4.1.0 introduced 3 significant structural additions to EN 301549. Number 1, course 8.2. This is the new evaluation framework specifically for the EAA. When you need to check if an ICT product conforms with the EAA's requirements, that means the private sector area, So course 8.2 tells you exactly where to look. Number 2, Annex EZA. This maps the EN standards technical courses to the legal requirements of the WAD. So public sector teams, so this one is for you. Number 3, so Annex EZB. Same idea, but for the EAA. So private sector teams, so this one is also for you. And due to time limits today, our focus will be on the new course 8.2, as it is the most practical reference of the 3. Now, here is what I need you to take an attention. The standard document explicitly says, so use course 8.2 for EAA conformance assessment. And it is the most appropriate way. So the Annex EZB, which I just mentioned, so it is for understanding the legal mapping. But course 8.2, use this for your actual audit. And course 8.2 is composed of 5 tables that guides you through which technical requirements apply based on the type of ICT you are evaluating. So let's take an overview of the 5 tables. Table 8.2.1, web pages. If you are testing a website or web application, this is your map. It maps to course 9. Table 8.2.2, long document, web documents, PDF, Word files, spreadsheets that aren't part of a website, so they maps to course 10 of this document. Extremely relevant for organizations that publish a lot of documents. Table 8.2.3, non-web software. So the mobile apps, desktop software maps to course 11. Table 8.2.4, hardware, ATMs, ticketing machines, self-service terminals, maps to courses 5.5 and 8. And last but not least, so table 8.2.5, all ICT. So this is the catch-all. Requirements that apply regardless of what technology type you are dealing with. Covers functional performance, real-time communication, videos, and relay services. So key takeaways from session 2. Think of course 8.2 as your EAA audit roadmap. Start with the table 8.2.5 for all ICT requirements. Then branch out to the other tables based on whether you are auditing software, hardware, or web content. Coming up, the part that will change your actual day-to-day work. Session 3, the key technical updates. There are 3 major technical updates in version 4.1.0. First, course 6.2, real-time text and total conversation. This impacts anyone providing real-time video services through their websites or applications. Second, course 9, 10, and 11. WebCap 2.1 is out, WebCap 2.2 is in. 6 new success criteria for level A and AA. This affects essentially everyone in this room, whether you're a tester, a developer, or a designer. Third, course 14. So for first time, EN 301-549 explicitly adjusts accessibility overlays in its conformance requirements. And this is going to cause a lot of discussions. And let's go through each one. Course 6.2 covers real-time text, RTT. And in version 4.1.0, it's been significantly expanded. In last version, the focus was on the duality of voice and text. So total conversation, that means the combination of voice, video, and text, was just a note under course 6.5. Nice to have, but no enforcement. In version 4.1.0, total conversation now has its own cost. Course 6.7, it is a shell requirement. It means it is a must-have. So the specified obligation is this. If your ICT supports simultaneously voice and video, it must also support real-time tests concurrently, all three at the same time. Then what are the real-time tests and total conversations? So here are the layman's explanations. Real-time test, RTT, so it is a live test conversation where you see exactly what the other people is typing when they are typing it. RTT is mainly used for people who are deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. So they don't have to wait for others to hit a send button, but they could see what others typing in the messages. Total conversation means that it is a 3-in-1 call where the video, voice, and real-time tests all work at the same time. For the official definition of the terms, so it is much more complicated, but you could also refer to the original documents with the page number. And if you are building or auditing anything with video calling, so such as a telecom health platform, so this course is relevant. So here's the success criterion, which I call the 3-medium rule. So audio is the bi-directional voice active, check. Video is the bi-directional video active, check. Text is RTT available simultaneously with the other two, so check. If all three are present, so it's a pass. As this technical rule is rarely found in most ICT services, so that's why I won't spend much time on it today. Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just very bad at that. I only work with static websites, so I have no knowledge. I want to ask, for example. So for example, I have to audit the application, I don't know, for elderly people who can call each other, see each other, hear each other. Is it obligatory to provide captions in this case for this standard? Do you understand my question?
I think providing the captions are not directly related with this course, but there are other courses in this document that requires us to provide a caption for the video, because the people with hearing disability, they also have to consume the information if they cannot hear.
Yeah, I understand.
So they need, but it is not this course. So there are many courses in this document.
So could you maybe provide some example how an application can look like for these kind of checks? Because again, sorry, I have no knowledge about this topic.
Because these courses are related with something that are real-time video conversation, and we usually maybe implement one just like a Zoom call, and then it is a real-time one. But in most cases on our website or on our apps, so we seldom build it on our own. So we just implement something outside, and then this one is what we are testing this website or the apps, so we should pay attention to.
Sorry, I will ask a bit again. Maybe you will cover it later. So if I'm not using some external platform like Zoom, like that's my own application of my company, and they provide their own, I don't know, framework program to make calls. is it affected by this criteria or it's covered somewhere else?
It would also be covered, but maybe related to other courses in this document. Because this one is only relevant when it is a real-time video services. When it is a video which happened in the past and then I upload it on my website or on an application. So there are other cases in this document that requires us to provide the caption. But anyway, caption is required.
Yeah, so anyway, if we have real-time conversation, if I can call someone in the application, it applies. If it's pre-recorded video, it applies, right?
Yeah. So captions are important because the people could not listen, so they have to have way to consume the
I totally
information.
understand it. The thing is, it's quite difficult to provide live captions, and I think automatic captions are not allowed because there are a lot of errors, mistakes. So like I can see like how my client, relatively small company, can do it, can be compliant with it. I know you don't have answers how my client can do it, but I just generally curious how can it be solved in easy way to provide captions in real-time video simultaneously and to give a good quality. Maybe it's a topic for another
But I mean, the technology is evolving. So last year, maybe the real-time caption were not so accurate. But this year, the accuracy of the real-time videos are much better than last year. And I believe it will get better and better anyway.
Thank you.
And now, so this is the updates that will affect most people in this room. So the course 10 and 11 covers web content, documents, and software respectively. And in last version, all three were aligned with the WebCap 2.1. That's the 50 success criteria at level A and AA. And in version 2.1.0, all three are updated to WebCap 2.2. And that's 55 success criteria, 6 new requirements for level A and AA. If you are still auditing against WebCap 2.1, and haven't upgraded to 2.2 yet, so this is your sign. And WebCap 2.2 brings new 6 success criteria to the conformance table, all of which are mandatory in the updated version. And due to our limited time today, I won't be diving into each one in detail. But instead, you will find plenty of great materials online already. So because the standard WebCap 2.2 is not new. So here are some useful documentation to get you started. And also, you will find many video tutorials, expert walkthroughs that explain this concept brilliantly. So feel free to check those out if you need a deeper dive into the technical aspects. So there are some from the UK government, some are them from the big US companies, or if you are a German-speaking college, so there are some seminars which is presented in German, and they will guide you how to do the audit for the 6 new success criteria with examples. So that's why I don't repeat it here. And if you work in the accessibility field for a while, so you would likely familiar with a client asking, so can't we just use an overlay instead of fixing the code? And version 4.1.0 finally addressed this directly. In last version, so course 14, provides a general framework for conformance, but was silent on the use of accessibility overlays or plugins. So there were no guidance, no comments. So in version 4.1.0, So overlays are explicitly addressed for the first time. The key principle is this. So when a overlay is used, it is considered part of the ICT. You evaluate the website and the overlay together, so as a single system. So here is the standard says, and I'm quoting directly. So if websites or other ICT incorporates an overlay or other add-on as part of their pages or other ICT, those additions become part of the ICT. And this combination that is evaluated to see if it meets all the applicable requirements in the present documents as they are written. So that means the ICT is evaluated as a whole. If there is an overlay, so website plus overlays is one system. And let's look at the conformance matrix. If there is a native website pass, so even without overlay, so obviously pass. Native website fails. No overlay, so obviously fails. Native websites fails, but you add an accessible overlay, that can be a pass, and the overlay is helpful. But this is crucial. If the overlay itself fails, so everything fails. A broken overlay on a working website fails. A broken overlay on a broken website definitely fails. So an overlay can only be effective if the overlay itself is accessible. And now EN Visual 1549 gives you the framework for determining whether or not to use overlays. So can you achieve compromise compliance using an overlay? So in theory, so yes, but with some conditions. Condition 1, result-oriented requirements. So conformance is measured by the outcome, so the actual interface. As the user experience it with the overlays active must pass the tests. The overlay buying you a pass on the audit is only valid if it actually results in an accessible user experience. Condition 2, accessible path. So the mechanism to activate these overlays must itself be accessible. So you cannot hide your accessibility button behind an inaccessibility interface. And that would be a spectacular own goal. So how about in practice? However, there are some requirements in the standard that simply cannot be met by one-click solution. So for example, under success criterion 1.1.1, so an overlay cannot always generate meaningful test alternative. So an overlay may hide some images. You can use it for hiding images. But it can't accurately determine if this image is purely decorative, I don't need any alternatives, or it is contextually essential. Similarly, for session success criteria 1.3.2, so an overlay cannot ensure that the content follows a meaningful reading sequence. So just by being toggled on. So regarding the conformance, so there is a one-mode rule. A product or services meets accessibility standards if it offers at least one fully functional accessible mode. So building natively accessible websites and apps remains the most reliable path to compliance. So overlays should be viewed as an add bonus, so not a repair tool. They cannot fix an inaccessible site 100%, at least not yet. So native code is king and fix it at the source. So that said, if anyone here knows any of the overlays that successfully address those criteria we discussed, so feel free to share it in the chat or during our Q&A section. And now I have a question for you to think about. So to achieve the compliance, so does an overlay must be activated by default for all users? So because usually the overlay have a button, so you could activate it or you can make it close because you don't have the problem in browsing the website. So to achieve compliance, does this function must be activated by default? So option 1 is yes, option 2 is no, option 3 is you have no idea and don't know. Okay, let's raise up your hand, maybe also online if you like. And option 1, yes, anyone? Okay, you are the only one. And option 2, no. Oh, there are more. And then option 3, don't know. Oh, it seems quite a lot. Okay, so it's good because we don't know or not sure, so let's find out it together. So under the most requirements, general user preferences, so changing the text size, increasing the line spacing, highlighting the links. So these are nice to have customizations. They don't need to be on for everyone from the page load. So these features are the user discovers and activates according to their own preferences, and that's fine. But under some certain requirements, it is another story. So there are 2 rules. Rule 1, safety and security. So if a requirement involves the safety or security for users, it must be active from the moment the page loads. So take an example. Imagine a video on your home page that flashes 10 times per second. And that can trigger a trigger. And you cannot say, oh, so we have an overlay that stops the flashing, and click this button and it should be fine. No, so by the time the user finds the button, they may have already had a trigger, and so the safe mode has to be the default. And rule 2, assistive technology non-interference. So for example, your website has a video that auto-plays loudly in the background, and a screen reader cannot hear their voiceover screen reader over the audio. So to mute it, they need to find and click a button inside your accessibility overlay. But it may be challenging for them to find the button because they cannot hear their screen reader because of the audio. And it is a closed loop of inaccessibility. And the fix is that the standard requires under the course 5.1.3.10 that the audio either doesn't auto-play or it is muted by default. And this slide has the full checklist of the requirements that must be default mode compliance. And you can also find the list in the original documentation. And if you or your client are using an overlay as a stopgap measure while working towards full compliance, so this checklist is your starting point. So all the requirements outside this checklist, so they don't have to be the default mode when they are using their application or website. But to answer our question, actually, the overlay does not need to be activated by default. So there are some requirements they should be there to achieve the compliance. But if your website is accessible by itself, and then the overlay function does not need to activate. So they can activate according to the user's own needs. But as I mentioned, so the path leading to the overlay must be accessible by default. And depends on some features, they have to be natively accessible on the website. If it is not natively accessible, then the overlay have to be activated by default. So you can't make accessibility opt-in when the barrier to opt-in is the inaccessibility itself. And now is the takeaways from session 3. So course 6.2 RTT with total conversation is now mandatory for video communication ICT. WebCap 2.2 AA is the new benchmark, 6 new success criteria to test. Course 14 overlays are now formally in scope, so they are evaluated as part of the system. However, native accessible code remains the king. And our last session, so strategic outlook. So back to the roadmap, so there are 3 phases. Phase 1, so now, immediately. So research the technical updates. Course 6.2 if you work on real-time communication ICT. More importantly, so WebCap 2.2 AA will be the benchmark for web documents and software. And the course 14 overlays if you have any clients using them. So phase 2, July 2026. So monitor the ETSI directory for the version 4.1.1. So now what we are talking today is 4.1.0. So the version coming, so 4.1.1, that will be the final polished version before harmonization. And with the detail, understand any last minute changes. But I guess so it would be not big changes compared with 4.1.0. But there may be some changes. So we don't know now, but let's see. And the phase 3, so October 2026, so the new standard will be now enforceable. So execute your accessibility audit website and add development against the new version 4.1.1 standard. And if you are doing the EAA guidance, so the private sector, so go to course for 8.2 and NSC. And for WAD guidance for the governmental websites and services, so look at the NXEZA and NXC. And the 3 phases, so now, July, and October, so get these on your calendar. And don't wait for the standards to be legally enforced, so you can be ahead of your competition. And that brings us to the end of today's presentation. And the new standard is not as scary as once you know where to look. And now you know it. And even if your memory is as short as mine, so I hope you will at least walk away with the 3 pages key takeaways and this strategic outlook. And thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for joining me today. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. Any questions?
And feel free to connect me on LinkedIn, and I would love to exchange the insights on the accessibility landscape. And your feedback is also vital for future improvement. So if you have any suggestion about the topic for me, so take 1 to 2 minutes to share your feedback through the QR code or the link. So I could send a link in the chat. And yeah, any questions about this topic and the presentation today? I hope it is not too dry.
Okay, then thank you for taking part in the presentation, and thank you for presenting. And next talk is at 4 p.m.
Okay. So thank you, Susie.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any questions in the?
No question, but I would like to say send out a link in the chat. So
Okay,
how
that's complicated. You will give me the link, and we're gonna send it out later today.
Oh, later,
because
okay.
Because it's hard to get it from here to here.
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
So thank you, Susie, for your talk. We are going to have a short coffee and tea break for 50 minutes until 4 o'clock. And before you leave the room, please, Stefan, who is in the hallway and who's doing interviews, has only got 5 of you interviewed so far, so he needs far more of your voices. So please go to Stefan, grab a question and answer it. It takes like a minute, but it would help us to make a cool after movie. So thanks again, Susie. See you in 50 minutes for the final 2 slots here.
Test, Test.
Ja.
Okay.
Wenn du möchtest, noch ein bisschen weiter vor deinen Mund liegen. Ton noch deutlicher.
So. So was?
Yeah. It's good. I will go and send people in there because they still didn't realize that coffee break is over. Give me maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, great. And I can be nervous for 2 minutes. What does that look like, actually? No. Or maybe do it when I don't see it. Wow, that's really huge. Yes. Thank you.
So, welcome to the second to last session of today. Hope you enjoyed your coffee break, tea break. We've got 2 more sessions coming, and this is Christiane. I don't know if Christiane is a bit nervous, but this is her first ever conference talk, which deserves extra applause, absolutely. And we're super happy that she, first of all, sent in a proposal and also made it to the shortlist. And without further ado, Christiane, the stage is yours. Please go ahead.
Cool, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Yoshi. So hi everyone, my name is Christiane. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Super happy my proposal made it to this stage. And today in this talk, I'll share a hands-on case study about growing accessibility expertise in cross-functional teams and shifting accessibility from individual responsibility towards shared ownership. And I will look at it in a context of a complex, agile product environment. I also want to mention that this is not a perfect accessibility process that I will be explaining. It's rather a practical case study about how accessibility work can grow inside a complex product environment, especially when it begins informally through individual commitment and, further needs to scale. So to give you a sense of where we're heading today in this presentation, let me give you a quick overview of the story. You can now see an agenda slide, and I will first briefly introduce myself and my role. Then I'll share some background about the platform this case study is based on. So you can see that we are dealing with a rather complex product eco environment. After that, I'll look at the team setup and collaboration process. I show how accessibility work was initially driven by a few committed individuals in a rather informal way, and why it became problematic over time. Next, the next part is about the 4 main steps that the teams took to move towards shared ownership. And then finally, I'll close with some reflections and takeaways for you. So before we dive into the case study, let me share a bit about my background and how I came into accessibility work. For the past 10 years, I've worked as a front-end developer and mostly in cross-functional teams and agile product environments. After graduating with a Bachelor of Engineering in Print and Media Technology in Berlin, I landed my first job at an agency where I worked with different on different web projects for various clients. And it was in that moment that I was first introduced to web accessibility in a more formal way. My colleague showed me how accessibility is closely related to good front-end work, and I also learned how to implement for keyboard and screen reader usability. Also, many of our clients at that time needed to meet accessibility requirements, so we supported them with audits, remediation work, and implementation improvements. So yeah, I became super interested in that area and learned more and more over the years. My last position was at Ableton, where I became one of the people driving accessibility topics forward for their web products. For example, I helped initiate accessibility work for the unit I was part of, and yeah, actually, this is also where I started the accessibility initiative that I'm talking about today. And yeah, today I work as a freelance web accessibility specialist and developer. Yeah, so that's a bit of background about me, and let's dive into the case study, and I will start with giving you a brief overview of the platform that this case study is actually based on. I'll give you some background information because I'm talking about a large sales marketing platform, and I want you to understand that this was a rather complex product environment. I'm currently showing a diagram, which is kind of a circle diagram. In the middle, you can see the sales and marketing platform. And around it, you can see the product areas that were actually presented in this platform. So, on this platform, the main reason for this platform to exist was actually to present a variety of products of the company, and clients would also be able to purchase their products directly through the web shop. But apart from that, we also had different areas like the user account functionality, support sections, tutorials, and inspirational content, and so on. Yeah, but for the simplicity of this talk, I want to just focus on the product pages and the shop areas. And what made the platform complex was also that it had grown over many years, so it had existed for a while. It had a large and complex code base, and multiple teams and people contributed to it. Also, accessibility had not been systematically integrated from the beginning. And now I want to dive into how I actually joined the company and how accessibility work was rather done informally from the beginning. Excuse me. So when I joined the company, I started working in a small web team, and we started to work on the platform. In the beginning, we were actually not structured around cross-functional team setups. We were working more in a centralized way. And our team, that small web dev team, would work around several areas of the of the platform. I was really lucky to join a team or colleagues who were actually really who were valuing accessibility and inclusive design very much. So over time, we established a working agreement that accessible front-end implementation should be part of our standard way of working. So a lot of the accessibility expertise lived within our small web dev team. We were actually a couple of, like a handful of front-end developers and just like 1 or 2 UX and UI designers. So yeah, very small at the beginning. Outside of our team, however, the accessibility knowledge was still a bit unsure. So people outside of our team were actually not sure what their responsibilities would look like. This meant that it could happen that requests came in, and often we had to reach back out, explain what was missing. We would review details of the implementation specs or the requests, and we would follow up. So a lot of the accessibility work happened through informal communication. And with a small team, I think that this informal way of working could have worked quite well. But then the company grew and increased its headcount. So that means we hired more people and the team started to restructure. So now we are looking at 2 diagrams, and I want to talk about how the team had structured after the company had increased the headcount. So the teams were restructured into product area aligned cross-functional agile teams. That's a lot of buzzwords, and I'll explain it a bit in a bit. And ownership has now organized around specific areas of the platform, such as the product pages and the shop flows. In the diagram, you can see these 2 teams organizing around the product pages and the shop team. On the diagram, you can also see the relationship between functional domains and cross-functional teams. The functional domains brought together people from the same disciplines such as front-end, UX and UI, content, copy, or brand design, or back-end. And these people from the functional domains or from these disciplines would then join the cross-functional agile teams. So these people from different disciplines would work together on a specific product area, like the product pages or the shop pages. And yeah, they are called cross-functional because every discipline and role that was needed to develop a product was represented in that team. And this new setup improved product ownership and collaboration, but accessibility knowledge did not automatically scale with the new structure. In the diagram, you can also locate where accessibility expertise sat at that time. Actually, the people from that small web dev team from the beginning that I was talking about would go into the team that was working on the product pages, and you can see that there were just a handful, just people from the front-end discipline and the UX and UI discipline would actually carry accessibility expertise. And outside of that, the teams were, as I said, rather unsure what accessibility meant for their role. So that means that, for example, the product owner, content and copy, brand design and backend were not really aware of what their responsibilities were. And now it's actually showing why this could become problematic, because we initially said that we had this working agreement established that we want to ship front end or accessible front ends by standard. But with this new team size, it was difficult to do accessibility work. It would have meant that we would still do that informal way of working, like reviewing, improving, requesting different implementations. But yeah, these few individuals were not present in every meeting, or were not present with every design decision. So accessibility could have been missed or become a bottleneck, or there would have been rework. Yeah, so in summary, the three main challenges were that first, accessibility depended too much on individual responsibility. Second, there was no formal or consistent workflow to integrate accessibility into product development. A lot of the work had happened informally. And third, the organization grew into new structures with multiple cross-functional teams, and accessibility did not automatically scale with it. So now I actually want to step into how the accessibility initiative responded to these challenges. There was also a good opportunity at that time, because the company started to be very interested in where they stand or stood with their web accessibility, especially because the European Accessibility Act was approaching. So it was the right moment to start building something more structured. The goal was to help teams build their own accessibility capabilities and develop shared ownership over time. And on the slide, you can currently see a diagram that shows the 4 steps that the teams took to get there. So first, they would start with a working group and creating a shared vision. Second, they would build domain ownership. Third, they would embed accessibility into agile workflows. And finally, they would scale the work through shared systems like documentation and design system. And when I talk about domain ownership, because that might not really be clear, I mean sharing accessibility responsibility across different functional domains. For example, UX, UI, front end, content, brand, and so on. And I will now walk you through each step. So, the first step was to create a place where accessibility could grow. At that time, accessibility expertise still lived with a few individuals, and many domains were not aware what accessibility meant for their role. So I started an accessibility working group and invited representatives from each key domain into that working group. So people from UX and UI, front end, back end, brand design, content and copy would join this working group. Together we shared a space to make accessibility visible. We built a shared vision and regularly exchanged, learned, aligned, and coordinated. And because we met regularly, it also helped us to keep accessibility work alive and hold each other accountable. Also, the advantage was that over time, some of these members would become accessibility champions and multipliers within their domain. And that helped accessibility knowledge to spread further across the organization? I would say that it started rather small, but then grew quite fast and organically, also a bit chaotically sometimes. And what I also wanted to share is that what was actually very clear from the beginning is that people were very motivated to learn about web accessibility and what it meant for their role. In this group, we also had the chance to organize trainings and learning resources, and we would also start to collaborate with an accessibility consultant and do trainings together, like workshops. And that really helped build practical knowledge across the teams. The next step was for the domains to build domain knowledge. So that means that the goal was that not everyone would know everything about accessibility, but that each domain could understand what accessibility meant for its own role. So UX and UI, content, brand design, front end, they would start exploring their own responsibilities. And while they were doing that, they would create practical resources such as guidelines, checklists, working agreements, testing methods, and so on. And this helped to move from general awareness into concrete role-specific practice. In this slide, I'm showing a table of the concrete deliverables that each domain was working on or delivered. I mean, you cannot really read it, but I will talk it out to you. So, for example, the UX and UI and brand design domain would actually make accessibility very explicit in their design principles. They added accessibility considerations to personas, product vision, and their design specs. They also defined color contrast safe combinations and visual guidelines. For the front-end and back-end domain, what was standing out, I mean, they already had the most expertise, but they would start to align about a shared testing methodology, for example. They would all start to use the same linters, automated checks, and we would agree on certain keyboard or screen reader implementation patterns. We would also start looking out for accessibility checks in our code reviews. And also here, accessibility became part of the technical principles that they would define. And for content and copy, they would already have writing guidelines, but they would extend them with accessibility and inclusivity guidance. They would, for example, add a part about inclusive language, or they would define how to write headlines, alternative text for images. So, after building domain-specific knowledge, the next step would be to integrate accessibility also into agile workflows. And this is like probably the most complicated diagram that I will show to you today. It actually shows the process that the teams would work in. It's a simplified version of the agile process that they would work in. Actually, it means they worked in short cycles, which they also would call sprints. It means they would work in short cycles, inspect their work regularly, and deliver valuable product improvements step by step. It means their sprints would be approximately 2 to 4 weeks long, and they would, in this period of time, develop a part of the product. The work would usually start in the product backlog, where ideas, requirements, and priorities for the product were collected and refined. And in backlog refinement, teams would clarify and prepare items for the future sprint. And during the sprint, where the cross-functional teams would implement the product backlog items or the part of the product, they would do the whole implementation process. So they would design, develop, test, and release part of the product. So basically speaking, this is, I hope that's kind of clear that this is okay, great. I don't know how familiar everyone is with the agile process of working together. But actually what's actually interesting is where can we locate accessibility in that process? And that means that we actually can put it in a lot of places and quite early in the process. You can see that we could add accessibility already to the product backlog by defining a product goal that, for example, says we want to develop a product that is accessible according to WCAG standards, or we can even formulate it more inclusive. We want to have an inclusive user experience. You can also integrate it by adding personas that live with disabilities. For example, people who were visually impaired or would need to use the keyboard, for example, only. And then in the product backlog, you would also have user stories and acceptance criteria where you could locate accessibility. And I will give you some examples about that in a bit. And as I said, in the sprint where the team would actually develop the product itself, you can also locate accessibility by providing accessible design specs, accessible assets, and the way of implementation would be accessible as well. For example, semantic HTML in the front end. And before you would ship that product, you can actually also test immediately, like with automated manual tests, if your product is actually usable. You can also locate checks in the definition of done. So before you say that a part of the product or the increment is actually done, you could add a check that says, for example, this increment has been tested with a screen reader or with keyboard. And to give you a little bit of a more concrete example, here's an example of a user story for a blog article teaser. So a blog article teaser is one component that you could develop in a sprint, for example, and it would consist of a headline, a paragraph, an image, and a link. And in the user story, which would live in your product backlog, in your product backlog item, you could describe already, you could already mention people with disability needs. For example, you could say a screen reader user, or as a screen reader user, I want to browse blog article teasers and understand what each article is about so that I can decide whether I want to open and read the full article. So in that user story, you can already be more inclusive. And usually a user story or blog product backlog item has also acceptance criteria. So it actually mentions in detail what needs to be done. And here you can also already mention or be very specific about what needs to be implemented. I mean, we have just seen that this blog article teaser has a headline, but you can be very specific by saying it needs to be, for example, a headline level 2 or headline level 3. You could also be very specific, not only mentioning that this article teaser needs to have an image, but also that it needs to have an alt attribute. Unless it's a decorative image, and then you can specify that it needs to stay empty. You can also already specify what the pattern for the link should look like. So very often we see links that would say read more, but then it's not really accessible for people who use a screen reader and browse links with a screen reader because they would not know the link go. But here you could already be more specific and mention the pattern should be read about, and then the title of the blog article teaser, for example, which would be designing with accessibility in mind. You could even specify that the link is usable with keyboard navigation, which would actually imply that you would not use a wrong element, native HTML element, and then modify it, for example, with JavaScript so that it would work as a link. Right, so this is how the teams would integrate accessibility also in their agile workflows or ways of working. And now I want to look at the last step that the teams took, which were including accessibility also in the design system. And around that time when the teams did that, actually the head of UX and UI started to explore the idea of building a design system. And for the Web Accessibility Initiative, that came in handy because it was a great place for us to share accessibility knowledge with teams. And maybe to quickly explain what a design system actually is. A design system is a shared library of reusable components, patterns, guidelines, and documentation that helps teams design and build products more consistently. It is also a tool for alignment. So the design system was very helpful when it comes to scaling, because it was a shared place to document accessible patterns, visual guidelines, content guidance, and component implementation. Actually, the domain work that the domains did, that new established guidelines, would actually be documented in that design system. And actually, design system can come in handy because if every team would develop their own patterns, you could get inconsistent work or repeated work. And when you would document your patterns in the design system, you wouldn't need to build everything from scratch, but you would have this as a reference, and you reuse it for better solutions. And actually, yeah, I'm currently showing a screenshot of a made-up design system, what a design system could look like, because I don't have a real reference right now. But actually, what you can see is that you would have the implemented component, so what it would look like on the website or the finished product. And you would also see some code, like the real code, how this component was implemented. So the HTML, for example, the CSS, the JavaScript, or whatever was needed. And then you can also add some documentation. For example, what is the purpose of this component? What do you need to look out for? And what are specific accessibility considerations? Right, so actually at this point I would like to zoom out from these individual steps and move towards the conclusion of the case study. Yeah, I again am currently showing a diagram of the team structure after the accessibility initiative had been around and working for quite a while. And you can see that I'm showing the same cross-functional teams around the product page team and the shop team. And you can now see that actually accessibility has spread into all domains and also into people who would maybe not be part of a domain, such as a product owner. So everyone was actually doing respective accessibility work. The product owner would make sure that the user stories are written in an inclusive way, and would make sure that all the acceptance criteria would be there, and also would think about the product vision. And for the rest of the people working in that team, all the other domains, I mean, they were already doing all their domain work, which they would then bring to these teams. And yeah, so actually this is how we moved from individual responsibility to shared ownership with these 4 steps. And my takeaways, I have 3 takeaways for you, which are: shared ownership needs structure, teams need clear workflows, shared practices, and a place where accessibility decisions can live. The second takeaway is that accessibility has to become specific to people's daily work. Accessibility becomes real when people understand what it means for their role. And third, sustainable accessibility is a maturity process. Bottom-up energy is powerful, especially when people care and want to improve things. But over time, it also needs leadership, support, clear accountabilities, training, and a space for teams to build confidence. So, moving towards shared ownership is about creating the conditions where teams have the awareness, structure, and support they need to build confidence to own their part. And this is how I would like to close. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Any questions in the room? Okay, Steve, give me a second.
First of all, great talk. Thank you for sharing. I have 2 questions. First, you mentioned in the beginning some chaos, and I'm curious if you remember any big win moments during that chaos where you thought, yeah, we finally got this done.
Big wins. I think for me the biggest thing was that actually the domains were super interested in learning about what accessibility meant for their roles, and that they really started to own this. So they would really go, they were like, okay, cool, we have this goal, we have this vision, and they would go and do the work. So for example, what was really impressive was that the content and copy team would start enhancing their writing style guides and make it really inclusive language. We would not need to ask for all text, for example, if we would implement this feature with images stuff. They were really owning it, and yeah, that was quite impressive. They were like writing style guides, documentation. They were really on fire. So I think seeing that the domains are really interested in doing that work, that was a big thing. Like really, it was like, okay, you can let them go and do their work, and you can trust them. They are, owning it. I think also what was impressive was that, it was a lot of work. It was not always easy, I would say. It was chaotic. But then seeing the fruits, like how far we would go, actually come, and maybe it was not always like as planned or as designed in a head, but you can also see that people in leadership roles would actually start seeing the work, and they would approve it, or they would automatically think, hey, this is something that we do, this is important, we do that. It became like a standard automatically. So I think in our case it was really good that we had so much support, like from the individuals that were motivated and interested in doing the work, but then also leadership was open and interested in moving towards that direction. I think that was a big advantage for us.
All right. And second question, could you elaborate what responsibilities the backend department took over regarding accessibility?
Yeah, actually, they were also quite agile or into this topic. They would collaborate with the front-end developers quite a bit. So I think the biggest thing that they were looking into was helping us with the testing methodology and how to integrate it in our continuous integration and continuous delivery system. We would integrate automated checks, for example, but then we would also run into our limits because this ecosystem, this product had been around for so long, so the tests would probably fail a lot. So there was already like the next challenge, how can we fix that? So they were looking into automated testing a lot, or helping us with testing methodologies, but they were also making sure that the content management system, for example, would be extended to helping authors adding content so that they would not make mistakes. For example, they would say that an alt text is required, or that a headline is required. So they would alter the CMS in that way, help us with that,
All right, got it, thanks.
Okay, there was Bea having a question.
Hi, thank you so much. Congratulations, you did great.
Thank you.
And my question is, you mentioned working agreements in one of your slides.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so for example, the front-end domain had working agreements. So we would define how we want to work together. That also means that, for example, we would say that we would code review, for example, at least with one other person. So for I thingy. We would also say we would like to develop our front end with progressive enhancement, for example, or we would have a Node.js version, for example. So accessibility would become part of that. We would say we want to develop and ship an accessible front end. That means this and that and that.
Great, thank you for the clarification, because I was not sure if you meant also with procurement to buy tools for development that were accessible, or frameworks or something like that. Then my follow-up question, if you don't mind, would be if these work agreements were inside teams, or if you also had cross-teams agreements, and if you documented that. So 2 questions, one of them. Did you have development agreements only between the development teams, or did you also have, for example, development and UX agreements where the designers and the developers get to agreements on the process and things like that?
I think not explicitly, but there were some shared values. For example, the UX and UI domain would also have principles that they would base, like it was kind of, that they would base on our working agreements that we would have in our front-end domain, for example. So they were kind of aligned. I think if it comes to shared working agreements, it would maybe go into the development process within the agile process, because we would say we can only look for a backlog item or a thing that we want to deliver if we have a status of ready. Like we would have design specs. We would, in that refinement session, for example, give feedback on the design specs, discuss implementation, feasibility, and also accessibility.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for giving this talk. You mentioned something along the lines of guidelines and each functional team having their guidelines of some sort. Who created those guidelines? Was that, did that come from the team itself, or was there the consultant involved, or how did that come to be?
So I would answer that by saying there were these representatives in each domain who would be the domain champions in accessibility, maybe, I would call, or experts. They would own this topic and drive it within their domain, but then the domains would collaborate on that amongst themselves. So they would have meetings where they would do research together. They also were working with an external consultant, like at that time external, which then became internal actually. They would do trainings with them. They had, for example, a specific workshop about inclusive copywriting, inclusive language, or the whole decision between, do we need alt text, yes or no, how do we write it? And then, so they would do a training, would learn about it, but then would define also towards brand standards, or according to brand standards, how they would write headlines, how they would write alternative text. So the style, they would also talk about the style. So yeah, actually they would do that themselves with the help of the consultant. And then also they would bring the things back into the working group that we had and would present it. They would say, hey, we worked on this, and they would share it with everyone. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christiane. We need to wrap up at this point, even if you have some more questions, because the last and final speaker is already here. But thanks again, Christiane, for this great talk. I hope you are around for a couple of hours, maybe.
Yes.
I don't know. So if you've got still questions, grab her. And once again, an applause for the first ever conference talk like this.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So we're going to have another 10 minutes break, and at 5 o'clock there will be the last session with Ronnie in this room. See you then, hopefully.
Ja.
Siehst, die hätten noch lange weitergefragt.
Ja.
Danke. everyone can hear you. Give it another minute.
Is it auto-tracking me?
No.
So I need to. So
You should stay within the two black lines.
Ah, right.
That would be great. So kind of. It doesn't really. It's not the most important thing. Okay. So I know energy level is quite low at this point of time, but we've got one more session left with this nice guy. And I really need to apologize because I just learned that I mistyped his name for weeks and months. And I'm very sorry about that. That must have been some copy-paste error. It was wrong in the first place and I copied it all over for weeks. But he realized and didn't tell me, so...
You're now publicly shaming yourself.
I know.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, this is Ronnie
All has been
Hendricks,
forgiven.
And he's got to tell you something about maturity. Accessibility maturity. And by the way, he's also doing a workshop tomorrow, so in case you're still not decided, this might be an option as well. Without further ado, Ronnie, this is your stage.
Thank you. Yes, let me try and speak about accessibility maturity because general maturity is not really my thing. So thank you all for being here. It's an honor to have you as the guests of the last presentation of the day. I hope you all had a great and lovely day so far. My name is, as Yoshi said, Ronnie Hendricks. I am an accessibility consultant based in the Netherlands. I've done some international work. There's a bunch of people that might know me from some online ramblings. And today I wanted to talk to you about accessibility grown up, focusing on the accessibility maturity model. The subtitle, or the subtitle in this case, is From Firefighting to Ownership, which is a common theme I come across a lot when I am with customers. It's pretty ad hoc, and the goal of the maturity model is to provide you with a toolkit to hopefully bring sustainable change. So why does accessibility keep failing? It's not bad intent. Like most organizations that I work with want to do the right thing, or at least the people I interact with within those organizations tend to want to do the right thing. What's often lacking is any meaningful structure and things like agreements and policies to make it sustainable. So one of the problems we have is there's no clear ownership. Generally, there's a requirement, often a legal requirement, whether that's either government or with the European Accessibility Act, and folks reached out and said, we need to do an audit. But there's nobody internally that really owns that process, and so they're reacting after the fact. Legislation came into being, and they turn into an audit, remediate, and repeat cycle. That's generally what an audit does. It gives you some meaningful results. Hopefully, if somebody did a good job, you're able to fix them, and then in X amount of time, you tend to need to do it again. I think we all agree that accessibility isn't a one-time done kind of situation. Projects evolve, products continue to get code added to them, organizations change, and precious work that you've constructed previously can disappear within a moment's notice. Part of that problem is weak central governance. So there's generally no central consensus on how to tackle accessibility. So what are some common pitfalls that you will likely recognize? That is either there's just one specialist, no matter how big the organization is. You're you, and you're alone. That also means that you're either chasing everyone, doing all the work, managing all of the knowledge, but also that if you decide to walk away, you know this company's accessibility, everything you've built over the past years vanishes in a split second. Which you could arguably say is some kind of emotional hostage situation. Like, I can't leave this. So it brings with it a lot of stress, not only like hours and work, but also emotional stress, because you've built something and you're trying to keep it upright. Other pitfalls are just doing audits, endless cycle. The amount of times I've had corporations come back and say, 2 years ago we did an audit and we think we need a new one because we did bugger all with the previous one. That happens way too often. Policy on paper, it's a bit like, we talked about it earlier this week, a bit like pride washing, if that makes any sense, or greenwashing. You can have accessibility washing, common claims about, yes, we're doing this, but in practice there's a piece of paper somewhere that says we're doing this. And standalone training as well. So attention without a system. That's one of the most common things besides audits, I think. Sometimes you get a package deal, you get an audit and some training. So now you have the assumption that you know exactly what you need to do with this audit. Except people, like teams churn over and knowledge dwindles. So we want to focus on some stronger signals. We want clear ownership. We want accessibility to be inside of normal work, which is my English version of conforming to a Dutch phrase, but you want to reduce barriers for people to integrate accessibility within what they're already doing. Because a lot of time you run into fights or hurdles that say, yeah, but now I need to change everything about what I'm doing. Like, this is how we've always done it. And generally, once you start sitting down with people and saying, right, there's some meaningful changes that you can make, but they're very minor, and they're easily, like, it's not going to take you that much or any extra work. You just need to click a different button or use a different tool. So we want to move to that. We want follow-through. So creating processes to make sure that once person A does, I don't know, procure or like makes a document in Word, they use all of the right things, they use the styles, they mark up their table correctly and assign headers and things like that. And then somebody else gets that document, reviews it, and then PDF prints it. And now you have an inaccessible document. So you want follow through between multiple steps, which requires processes. You want to measure progress, which is still challenging within accessibility, but with a little bit of finesse, you can still find ways to track and measure progress. Shared understanding is also, whenever I walk into an organization for the first time and you talk with people about digital accessibility, it's like, oh yeah, they either think it conforms to data security and privacy and that kind of stuff. Yes, it sits in that realm and it should be treated in that realm, but it's not the same. Or they think about it as but our website is online. Like I can go through it, like literal availability, literally accessible. So you need to build an understanding with people. All right, what does it mean when we talk about digital accessibility? Because there tends to be a lot of chatter and confusion within that. Finally, one of the stronger signals is lived experience counts. So are we including disabled people in our testing, in our reviews, things like that? Are we actively reaching out to people and saying, all right, give us feedback? So we want to go from reaction to repeatable practice, from firefighting to mature practice. Bit of a summary slide in that sense. Introduce the W3C Accessibility Maturity Model. You might have heard from it already. Who has heard from it already? Most people have, like a good 50% of it have, which is nice. I'm glad that it's picking up. It's been around for a little bit so far. It's been mentioned on several talks and sessions today, which is absolutely excellent. I will also say it's not the only accessibility maturity model that you can have. There's a lot of organizations that have created their own, that have simplified their own. I'm an open source guy. I'm a W3C guy. I'm rocking this. And I think although it's fairly complex in nature, and the way that the W3C tends to present things, it is also very flexible and applicable from both small businesses to bigger enterprises. It is a thing that covers the whole system. We'll get to that when we look at the part of it, which is the dimensions, but we're not just zooming in on a specific part of the organization. It zooms out and says, right, well, for your IT department to function, we also need procurement and HR to function, things like that. So it tries to be more holistic, zoom out, and bind all of those together. Just that it goes beyond just doing audits, although it can introduce different types of audits, gap analysis and that kind of stuff, but it goes beyond your typical WCAG only view of things. And it goes beyond good intent, which is the key purpose of all of this, is gathering data, tracking process, tracking progress, and do forward planning. Where do we stand? What are we doing? What do we need to do? It tracks 7 dimensions. Summary slide again. We'll go into these shortly, but there's 7 dimensions defined that may or may not exist in your business. That's one of the key things you need to keep in mind. Not every dimension might apply to your organization. You might not want to assess every dimension at the same time. There's plenty of flexibility in that regard. Within those dimensions, we define proof points. Proof points are your statements and your evidence. Well, it's the thing you want to point out today and where you want to go next. So what are we currently doing, or what should we be doing? And underneath those proof points, you attach your evidence. There's a whole, I'll show it shortly, there's a whole very complex and big Excel sheet that comes along with the official documentation for this. That has a lot of predefined examples of proof points in there, which is a great starting point. You can pick and choose from that, but again, not every proof point might fit your organization. So if you come to the workshop tomorrow, we will go through them and we will analyze and see what's applicable or not. If you go to W3C's website and you pick up this Excel sheet, make use of that as well to start tracking that for yourself. But again, understand that you don't need to apply everything that's already in there by default. And you can adapt and extend to create your own that suit your organization better. So what are some examples of proof points? And we'll, so for the dimension of procurement, it's having standard templates or accessibility included in your procurement documents, for example. And you can track that on various levels. For oversight and culture, that's how does accessibility live within your organization, basically. It's having stakeholders or having actions associated with it that are followed up. Within support, it's about internal or external accessibility issues. Are they tracked and are they actioned? Do they lead to improvement? A couple quick examples. There will be more to follow up. But if we look at the procurement in practice as an example, we have clear requirements. So a clear requirement is accessibility is stated concretely in the terms, not just as must meet WCAG, which is one of the things that we see a lot. It's like, all right, it needs to be WCAG compliant or WCAG conformant. Most organizations that you procure information from will say, yes, we do that. Right, so where's the proof, right? That's the follow-up there for your proof point. So where's the proof in that? Do people know what to check? Again, we can state in our procurement documents that it needs to be WCAG conformant, but are the people that are in that procurement group, do they have the skills and the knowledge to properly question, assess whether that's the case? Like, are you actually getting what you're asking for? Another proof point. I'll skip the next one for time. Just realizing my slides are slightly out of order. I wanted this one, yes. For maturity, those proof points, we want to determine how mature they are. Within the maturity model, we've taken the levels adopted from the policy-driven adoption of accessibility maturity model, different maturity model. That is somewhat US-focused within the US government, of running from inactive to launch to integrate to optimize. So inactive is basically either nothing is happening or things might be happening, but they are so insignificant, so untracked, that there's basically no data yet. Launch is basically the next step. So we realize we have a problem. We're planning to get things going. But it still feels very ad hoc. Having a development team that does accessibility reviews would be considered a launch thing. Like, if just that team does it, and it's not fundamentally set out into your overall working processes, that would be a launch level kind of thing. If the team manager leaves or whoever initiated that thing, things topple over. So for integrated, it's more substantial, like it's more solidified in the organization, and it starts to become repeatable. Once it's repeatable, you can start moving to optimize. Around how can we make this better? How can we tune in the details, as it were? So let's have a quick look at those different dimensions. So communications is basically what it says on the tin, but it's all about your external and internal ways of communicating with people. How are you sharing information, and is that information accessible? You'll see that these dimensions are fairly broad. Examples here are templates used by your teams. So do they have a Word or a PowerPoint template that somebody has gone through and actually defined all of the text styles in there, instead of taking the paragraph, making it a little bit bigger, bolder, and a different color, but it technically still being a paragraph? Do we have an accessibility statement? Does that accessibility statement provide a route for people that run into a barrier to contact us? And are we following up on that? your accessibility conformance reports, or VPATs, as you might know, which is the empty version of that. But also your social media policies. Like, do we provide alt text for our social media posts, for example? Those kind of processes. You can define proof points within this dimension. Oversight and culture. So this is basically your mandates pillar, as it were. How is the business in general thinking about accessibility? Do you have an executive sponsor that is helping you to get budgets approved, things like that? Does accessibility exist within the mission and vision and values of your company? And how are we translating other work that happens in different dimensions back into policies to make it stand out on paper? You'll notice I'm sometimes skipping because I tend to ramble on quite a bit, so I might actually skip some of the points, but forgive me for that. The IT development lifecycle. This is probably the common one. Like, if we talk about accessibility, we tend to talk about websites and apps and development teams and your cycle of product creation and review and the testing and design. Basically, it's a big part of what we do currently. But the reason for this talk today is to hopefully show you that this is just one piece of the pie. If you want this part to work sustainably, you can do a whole lot of work here. But if we go back to oversight and culture, and things aren't being reworked into policies, for example, or you don't have an executive sponsor, things like that, things will eventually fizzle out, grind to a halt, disappear. Knowledge and skills. So this is basically about upskilling your organization. So this is where the training would sit. One of the first things to do here generally is, instead of instantly procuring some training, do a knowledge gap analysis. What are we currently already doing right? What do people already understand? And define learning materials based on that. Whenever we bring this up, this is also a good way. Generally, most organizations will have some kind of intern development program, training programs, things like that, where other types of training are provided. Latch onto that. Instead of doing a single training, latch onto that, get the training you want integrated into those types of systems, because then it becomes repetitive. You can track whoever's taken it. You can say, all right, it's been 2 years since you've last done this course. We've since updated it. Go do it again. Like, you can keep things fresh and active that way. Personnel. So how are disabled people able, question, are they able to work in your organization? Are we providing a source of employment for people with disabilities? Generally a bit of a depressive dimension to work in, unfortunately, because a lot of things go wrong here. And you can say, well, why should we do this? Because we don't have any disabled employees working here. Well, here's why. You're not doing any of this. Like, your hiring flow isn't accessible. The job posting that you slung online isn't accessible. Route to employee input. So, Lord forbid, you actually have somebody with a disability in your organization working there. If they run into a problem, can they get their problem heard and actioned somewhere? Right? Do they influence their working experience? But also, are they able to influence the product you're developing before it launches? Things like that. Procurement, we covered, but that's your requirements, your events, making sure that whenever you procure something, that it has an ACR conformance report, or it has a WCAG audit, or you have some independent proof that somebody actually looked at it and said, yeah, it's fairly accessible. And then finally, support. So how are people getting help? That's both internally and externally. Like if you have a product, or do you have internal accessibility support channels, either through HR, but yeah. Are we training staff and people in general how to interact with disabled colleagues? Which isn't that hard because they're just humans and you can just interact with them. But there's a lot of stigma around interacting with disabled people, and you want people to know how to just treat them as normal humans and normal colleagues. So there's general awareness and training staff in knowing what to do. But this is also about feedback leading to visual improvement, or meaningful or visible improvement, both internally and externally. So if I run into a problem internally, does that improve my experience if I raise it? Does it improve the experience of my colleagues if I raise it? Or is it just a solution for me? And the final one that I want to mention here is external documentation. As you're doing this and as you're improving accessibility in your organization and in your product, talk about it, show it to clients, document it, but make sure that the accessibility features are exposed as well. Also helps with gaining customers, actually, because they can actually find out what you're doing on this front. Again, very high-level overview. So where do we start? Like I said, we don't need to do everything at once. We don't need to tackle every dimension at once. You don't need to pick up the Excel sheet, download it, and go to your manager and say, this is what we need to do. You can start where you are right now, even with you as an individual. It's not only a tool to provide the structure to go to meaningful change and reliable states, it's also a tool, it can also be a tool for you to gather evidence to make a case. And that's quite often a bit of a missed opportunity when looking at this. So what do you do when you start? You define a scope, like pick 1, 2, 5 relevant dimensions that you think, all right, I have maybe some positive things to note here, but I definitely have things that we can improve, and make a start there. If you can, start getting some stakeholders together, get chatting to people from within these different dimensions to see, all right, this is what I'm trying to do. What are you already doing? What are you aware of? What are you not aware of? What would you like to do? Not to point fingers and say, you're doing a bad job. No. Help them provide you with these proof points. Say, all right, you probably know what should happen in most of these dimensions. Just let them tell them where they stand and let that be your evidence. You can take that with you. And say, all right, I've spoken to HR. This is what we should be doing, but that's currently all inactive because I spoke to everyone and these things aren't happening. Which is the follow-up. So attach a level to it. What is your current level of accessibility? And then visibility. So what do we know? What do we assume? What's still not there? That's that conversation, but it's also using this data to then go to the higher up in the organization and say, all right, I've done some research. There's a couple of sticks that might be out there, legal sticks or claims or complaints. But this is also the good stuff that we should be doing, right? So you want to go from snapshot to plan. for a proof point, like every website has a named owner, that could be a proof point. Like there's a lot of government organizations, current one I'm in my list of ownership for all of the websites. I have to figure out this question for 107 websites, which are all live. And that's, particularly within government, a very common problem. Websites go live all the time, there's no processes. So part of question one, part of proof point one is, all right, we don't have an ownership. The problem is I don't have them. My action is go look for them. And then once this is complete and once this is mature, we can look at, all right, the follow-up step would be creating some governance around how this information is tracked, how new websites go live, how the conversation then starts to happen, all right, do we keep this website or do we have to do an audit? So from one proof point and one goal, iteratively you can create new proof points as you move along. Start simple and move on. And that's the trick. Track, progress, and repeat. So start tracking, review that, let's say every 3 months, say where are we standing, what's the current level, what were our actions, what were we able to do, what are the results. Sometimes it's, all right, we haven't been able to action within this dimension or within this proof point yet. That's fine. Progress over perfection. Adjust the plan or update the level, and then rinse and repeat. Quick view on how this triggers. So these are somewhat older slides when I made them. Well, older when I made them, because I struggled with the combination of the original Excel sheet of the maturity model and the workshop that I need to do tomorrow and some stuff that I made. In the basics, you can track this in Excel by yourself. You can write down a dimension, a proof point, and label it a status. And then split that out into your proof points. What are you seeing right now? The information, demo information, right? Not really level, but what are we seeing right now? What is still missing? And when do we review this again? That creates actions, and you can track those actions again. So who's the owner, which is important, like who's pulling that cart? What is the evidence that we're looking for or trying to gather? And then again, when do we review this? Keep it small. That's, whenever you start, keep it small, and then it'll grow by itself. So yeah, hopefully that gives a bit of a bird's view of the accessibility material. Hopefully that provides you, I think it can provide you with a tool to go from firefighting to repeatable practice. And then hopefully that proves useful in the future. Any questions? Two questions. One question. 3 questions. Run, Yoshi, run! Oh, he's going all the way to the top first.
So yeah, that was why I'm sitting here, so to give him a workout. No, just kidding. I was wondering, you named a few of the other models, and of course there are a lot of models or variations on the maturity models. Do you have any opinions on the models that have been created, or either have been based on this model or are totally separate things? Do you prefer the W3C model over other ones, or is this just the only really publicly well documented one? Yeah, just wondering what are your views about that?
Yeah, so you're saying, well, I said in the beginning that there's multiple models going around. I'm an open source guy. That's why I preferred this model. There are various other models, like also by accessibility service providers. I have nothing against that, but they're proprietary. So from the information that I gathered, they are somewhat simplified most of the time. which might put you in a specific track, or it binds you to a specific provider. Yay, capitalism, even within the accessibility field. I just prefer this one. It allows the flexibility to adapt to your organization well enough, even though it might be a little bit more complex to get into.
All right, thank you.
Where was the second one? Oh yeah, Katie. Maybe
Sorry. Hi, I have two questions. Whoa, this is loud. Okay. First question is, for countries that have legal legislation for accessibility, is it mandatory for the organization to adapt into these type of accessibility maturity model, or is this something good to have?
It's not mandatory, no. Is it? Is it in France? All right. Well, yeah, of course, you need to have, yeah. But that goes for most legislation. You need to have a plan, but it doesn't have to be a maturity model in a sense. So it would be very useful because it would give you a very detailed plan of what you actually need to do. But yeah.
So it's recommend.
I would recommend it,
but
yeah.
It's not must-have.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it brings to the next question: is how do we get stakeholder buy-ins from organization to establish a model like this? Because I'm talking about realistically. To be honest, like without consequence, like before the EAA established, organizations spend money, effort to make sure they're compliant. Now, once it's passed, not really concrete consequence happen. A lot of the organization just pretty much ignored it again. So how do we maintain, like, get buy-ins from stakeholder?
I think one of the answers from one of the previous sessions was that as an industry, big corporate accessibility aside, we need to get better at selling accessibility. We need to get better at making people understand that it's not just about audits. That's one thing. Which also brings to the point that most of the time to get something like this established, as an external person, you're generally talking to the wrong people, and it's difficult to get a conversation going with the right people. So what I tend to prefer is, again, start small, and if you, as an external consultant, have an in with an already existing team, just start this model with that team. Just pick, if it's the IT team, just pick their dimension. And then together you can already start expanding into the other dimensions just by talking to that team. And then it's a matter of gathering data, and then hopefully the person internally that has hired you can take that information to their manager and say, well, we've done X over the past months. We've tracked it in the accessibility maturity model, but we found that through our actions, that also sprung to actions in different dimensions, which hopefully opens up the conversation to have a wider, more holistic look. But I would lie to say if it's easy. I think we all know that. I think
before I pass the mic, one last thing. You mentioned data. What KPI are you measuring in terms of the data to help you to support to get buy-in for accessibility?
I mean, within the model, that's your proof points. So your proof points set a target and track your status against that target, as it were. So it's not, it's similar to KPIs, but a bit more nuanced. You're having somebody else do the work, Joshi. Just delegating.
Thank you for your presentation. I also have two questions.
Cool.
you mentioned something very interesting about some prioritization in the different dimension. Earlier, you said that oversight and culture is something you would need to get before, for instance, ICT, because it could endanger all the effort you do in ICT, if I got you well.
Do you remember which slide it was about?
I didn't see a slide number.
No, there's no numbers,
It was when you
unfortunately.
were presenting the different...
it's somewhere, probably somewhere in the dimensions.
Yeah, here.
So this is the IT slide.
Yeah, exactly. So you said this is the common one, but everything you do in this dimension could get endangered if you don't get things from the previous dimension you presented, so the slide before.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And my question is, I mean, I heard it and seen it repeated by other accessibility experts. It's the hardest things to get these things in the oversight and culture, because you're just one individual and you're trying to influence a company culture from a company you didn't founded. So my question is, do you have concrete example? How do you overcome the difficulty of addressing this dimension?
That's generally a question of having a very long breath, being able to hold your breath for very long. The transition from doing the work in the IT development lifecycle, and then unfortunately it has to generally fail a couple of times before you can even start this conversation. This one might keep going because there's a legal requirement, or there might be a client, you might be a business that sells a platform to probably the strictest one that I would know of, a UK government. You could sell something to them and then sure, go right ahead, but it needs to be accessible, and they will pick it apart, in my experience. So that might give you another go at this. I've worked with a big airline for a couple of years, and we were on, by the time I left, we were on cycle 4 of training up a team and doing all the training, doing all the support, doing all the things before this conversation started happening. Because they had an internal team first, and then because of other decisions up top, those that got outsourced to a different company, and accessibility was important enough for them to say, well, then start training them. So, all right, bit of a waste of money, but okay, if you want your supplier trained, fine. And then a year and a half later, they weren't happy with the quality output in other fronts from this development partner. So they said, well, you can move right along, and we're going to pick another one. And then they came back to us and said, well, all right, let's do it again. And it's only after that happened that they started formalizing their own chief accessibility officer function and saying, right, yes, we've now spent so much money on this, and sure, it's still important for us, but we need to structure the work and we need to create different policies for this to be sustainable, because otherwise it's going to get into an endless loop. So in typical capitalism fashion, money has to be wasted for somebody to realize that it hurts, unfortunately.
Can I ask my second question? Oh, we are over time.
Kind of running out of time, but maybe Bea had one question. Is it okay if you catch Roddy later on? I'm gonna have one last one.
It's more an add-on than a question, talking about the hey yay capitalism. The issue that I see with the W3C maturity model is that is for the web, right? And some organizations are not so much web focused. So there is another open source, I mean, it's now free. I don't know if I would call that open source, but the Business Disability Forum has one that is has a bigger focus on the workplace.
Okay.
Because you don't have here a workplace adaptations, you don't have here out-of-the-box features that are available in the regular software of the workstations and things like that. I mean, I guess you can open anything and you can open it, but we have this awareness as a feedback. For example, in Atos we have our own, and we've brought it together with W3C, which is a great source. We've used the Business Disability Forum, and then we have, because we focus on the workplace, so it's very focused on that. And I know some other companies like CAT, so Mindscreen, they have one that is very focused on public sector. So there's always nuances that you can do to adapt. So the best thing is if we could work together to gather the things. My question for you would be how to collaborate in these things when one has a very limited amount of time to improve.
The general crux of open source. So how do we do stuff together while not being paid? Yeah, that's a. I mean, it's a tricky one. I don't.
So can we go into GitHub and do proposals, or do we need to join a group in the W3C?
I mean, with the W3C, like currently, so this one got updated end of last year, which in theory means it's in active development. So either filing issues or like was said in previous sessions, I think you said it's like where W3 is always looking for volunteers. So you can always sign up and participate in the conversations. And I mean, it's always difficult to say anything about collaboration, because why are people carving out their own space? Is always like because there's a difference in opinions. Like I said, the Disability Forum one focuses on the workplace. You'd be hard pressed to say that the initial response that you would expect from this group is say, well, we have this personnel dimension, so. And you can basically take whatever's in your model and create proof points for that. So there's always going to be some friction. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm very sorry, Ronnie, but this is the end. Thank you.
Been a great run.
So this was the last session. I think Ronnie is around, and as I said, he's going to have a workshop tomorrow. So if you haven't had enough of maturity models, you can attend Ronnie's session. We're going to have a short wrap-up in like 3 minutes or something. Please come into this room, or maybe if you find people outside, please send them in, and we're going to wrap this up in like 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. You out there. No, it's not. Please don't do it. Oh, okay. It's fine. Go ahead. Ja. Das, was hier läuft, gar nicht. Nein. Okay. So, I see you still got energy to talk and chat with each other, which is absolutely great, but obviously I think energy level must be quite low after such a dense day, right? So I hope you enjoyed your day, because we made it. This was the... Oh, yeah. So this was the first day of Accessibility Club Summit 2026. And I think we did quite a lot, right? It was quite intense. And I'm really keeping it short now, but I have to say thank you to quite a couple of people. So first of all our sponsors and all our helpers who supported this event. Mostly, where is Stefan and Michael? They're in the room for the live captions, which is like a huge thing for you in this room and for the video recordings later on. And saying about live captions, thank you, Amanda, for doing this. I'm not sure if Zoom really let you hear the... Yeah, okay, so you heard the applause. Yeah, that was so awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mark, for doing all the technical things on stage, behind the stage, taking care of that. There has been the YouTube live streams, and they will be captioned and published, obviously. Also, the sessions we had in Zoom will be published, but not publicly. It's only for the attendees here. So we will send this out, hopefully a couple of days, maybe weeks after this event, because Jakob and I will have to manage to do that. Thank you, Stefan. Where are you? He's sitting here for doing the interviews. I hope and know that some of you have visited Stefan and answered some questions. He will be there tomorrow as well. So as he said, there are a couple of questions you actually can only answer after the second day. So we would be happy if you drop by tomorrow as well and answer some questions, because this is going to be a nice after movie. Jakob also did and does some footage. By the way, those of you wearing an orange lanyard, be assured that they will take care of post-production and to make sure that you're not in the movies, even if it looked like they were filming you, but they will take care of that in post-production. Thank you to the university. I don't know if there's anyone from the university, but thank you for the rooms, for the place to be here. I think this is an applause as well, right? So this is basically it. Now, if you leave the building, I've got a couple of, I would like to ask you to, if you don't collect lanyards, then please use the box at the exit and drop your lanyard there, because we're going to reuse them next year or whenever we're going to do this again. If you want to keep them, please keep them. And you can bring it next year. That's a deal. That's a deal. Okay, we're going to do it like that. So please leave it there if you want. You can use them tomorrow as well. Yeah. Otherwise, you will get your new one. Or like, so if you're attending a workshop, keep it. But then maybe leave it tomorrow. Also, there are a couple of feedback posters at the exit, and you can put sticky dots to give us some feedback, or maybe write a post-it note and pin it to the poster. That would be great. If there's something we can improve, if you liked it, if you didn't like it, please give us the feedback, because this is really valuable and we can iterate on that next year. Thanks to our fantastic presenters in this room and all the other rooms as well. Thanks for all the sessions. It was fantastic, I think. Thanks to all the helpers. I hope I didn't forget anyone. I tried to collect them all. But thank you for running this, for helping me in the weeks before that, and tomorrow as well. So this... Wow. And of course, thank you for coming and for being here and discussing and making these sessions. This is the second to last slide. Don't forget, we do have 6 fantastic workshops tomorrow. I guess some of you will be there. If you're not there and you still have time and are around, please consider coming. because it's made for you by basically all of you, and also if you paid for that, most of the money will go to the workshop hosts. Is just to learn from each other and support each other. And there's one final slide. I did this QR code like 5 minutes ago, and I hope it is working, because we're not completely finished. There will be an informal evening program. I hope this QR code works. We've got a reservation for 30 people at the Bürgerspital Weinstuben in Würzburg. It's somewhere in the city, and you will find your way there. It works. Okay, fantastic. And it's not the wrong spot, right? It's the Bürgerspital Weinstuben. Okay, fantastic. Thanks to Adelina for doing the reservation there, and I hope to see many of you there or tomorrow. And that's it. It doesn't work? You will. Okay, so see you tomorrow. Thank you, Amanda. Thanks for doing this. Hope to see you in the evening or tomorrow. And bye-bye.